Oh, I'm so hyped. Please, computer, survive today's endeavors. I beg of you.
欢迎回来，长官。今天为您准备的是实验室培育的大吉岭红茶，类似过去自然栽培的品种，拥有着典雅的葡萄香气，希望您能喜欢。
Oh, there it is. Alright, let's grab some mats real quick. Ooh. Delicious. Flying Phantom, Night on the Silver. Oh, that's only a $10 skin? I thought it would be something else. Huh.
准备完毕。
Oh, she sounds. Real stern. I'm your assistant. That's the name my teammates would be using again. Due to the demands of providing undercover close protection, to follow super closely, sticking much closer to you than usual. Where'd you get that from? What the fuck? Alright.
早上好啊，指挥官。
She hides her phone secrets in the night, protecting everything she loves with her silent guardianship. Boss, come here. Let me hold your hand. Her deep blue dress is like a coast at night. Right now, however, a crimson blush rolling across the ocean's surface. Gee, I wonder why. You can see, dude, you can see the folds in that shit. Alright. I don't want to get demonetized. Unfortunately. So, let me just grab some stuff. Very cool. Explosive machinist. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, this should be pretty easy. Hold on, let me do these real quick then. The crew deck real quick.
Oh, 好，这不是饲养员吗？
We gotta do all the chores real quick before we one-shot Corposant. Cause I ain't taking the time to do that shit after.
指挥官，指挥官。
Alright. Retirement. The old geezer refuses to leave. Hey, you know what? I think that's a fitting retirement. Becoming a fucking drill sergeant. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, Ulrid fuck up the potatoes today. Ulrid?
很好。
Ulrid? Okay, she's making okay potatoes today. Yesterday she made 3 bad ones in a row.
需要改进。
Nah, it looks fine. Don't worry about it, Ulrid.
"明白。很好。
Alrighty. Get the weather. It is raining today in California. That is very true. Alright, real quick. Talk to Sabrina for the extra points.
"指挥官，
There we go. Claim. Alright. Let's get out of here. Supply missions. I'm just gonna give myself some more Sardis gold. Or we'll do this. And then targeted study. A couple of them. That's a really good piece. Hey, I'll take that. I'm sure Faye would enjoy that as well. Alright, 1, 2, 30k Sardis gold.
人类以心成为象征，寄托无数宏大的思考与瑰丽的幻想。一会儿要去练习新的格斗术，掌握。
Oh right. We have these to do. All right, I need to spend a few batteries later. Hold on. Where's Fizz boost? There we go. Oh, I just got one. Where is it? It wasn't that one. It was this one. There we go. As per usual. Restore. I guess I'll just equip it. I'll keep it. Actually, I'll just keep it for now. There we go. Spend the money. And we'll get to the rest later. Come on. We got shit to do. The theft of the original flame was the beginning of all sin. The scales of judgment have tilted, and only through struggle can we find absolution in the ashes. 41 days, 3 hours. That was pretty baller. Wolf's Kiss. The fangs of the pack represent the determination to tear apart falsehood and darkness. Can we exchange for reward the safe house part 1? Ooh, look at you. I do really enjoy this like black and blue colorway. It's hard to see how a little blue in the bottom of this one. Unlocks in 20 days. Corposant Part 2. Okay. Perfect. Tactical resupply. We'll do these in a little bit. Alright. Let's begin. How much we got? Oh, not a lot. Although, these could be like 30 minutes in length, so... Hey. I'm ready. Let's do this. Yeah, boy!
确认坐标，准备空降。目标区域已经没，正在渗透。
That was fucking crazy. All right. "2042 hours, unknown date, year 2074. Beneath an abandoned mine, a meticulously organized base is operating in perfect order. Inside a clean, orderly, high-tech lab, a woman in a white lab coat has her feet propped up on the control console, lazily tapping at the keyboard while chewing gum.
啊，无聊，无聊，这边好无聊啊。
She turns her head, reaches out to enter a string of passwords, then squints at the screen.
嘿，小花花，今天感觉如何？成长的还不错嘛。
What's with the fucking colon? In sharp contrast to her flippant attitude, the other researchers in the lab are solemnly focused on their work. Unimpressed with the tedium, the woman suddenly sits up straight and clears her throat with theatrical seriousness.
记录：坍塌粒子附着载体培育实验第217天，样本 P1对新培养基反应良好，这个批次的试验成功率高达了8%。
As soon as she completes the log entry, she slumps back into her lazy posture and blows a bubble with her gum.
今天的数据真漂亮。
Let's make sure I didn't miss anything.
要是那小可爱还在，我都不敢想我们的研究进度能有多快。真期待呀！
She spins her chair and glides to the workstation, opens an encrypted folder, inputs the new data into the system, and labels the file Eden Synchronization Test. She drags the file into the database labeled Cocoon.
奥列克那家伙，应该离完蛋也不远了吧？要是乐园也建立不起来的话，是时候得启动备选了呢。
身份验证需要。
我，伟大的奇洛威格女士，帕拉蒂斯最闪亮的明星，最聪明的天才，最……
识别成功，欢迎研究主管。
哼，你一点都不好玩。算了，还是看看我们的小花能在哪里绽放。
Sheila Vague pouts unhappily, clearly displeased at being interrupted is what I missed. Sheila Vague opens an encrypted email and begins browsing through the entries with interest.
哦呀，竟然有一个小花自己长大了。
She opens one of the intelligence emails and reads it carefully.
这朵小花竟然还是在这里培育的。 通过仪式还能和那个家伙的虚实图景连接起来，说不定是个不错的载体呢。
She opens the attachment. Inside is a photo of a girl whose hair spreads like wings marked under surveillance. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible tremor passes through the room. The lab lights flicker.
是地震，是世界末日，是。
The others in the room show no reaction to Chiloveg's exaggerated performance, as if they're already used to it. Also, did I skip something by accident?
是地震，是世界末日，是。
Oh, I didn't. Okay. But suddenly, Chiloveg springs to her feet. The playful grin vanishes instantly as she opens a comms channel with a flick of her hand.
警卫，现在你们整班所有人都给我去 A 区检查安全扫描器，然后向我报告 A 区外围状况。
主管 ，A 区一切正常，没有。
我没有询问你的意见，现在立刻马上派人去查看。
She moves quickly to the security console and enters a complex string of code under the puzzled gazes of other researchers.
哦，明白，我们立即去 A 区检查安全情况。
发生什么事了吗，主管？
也没啥大事儿，只是我们有客人了。
客人？主管，这附近常有地震，刚才可能只是……
Chiloveg stares intently at the surveillance monitors with narrowed eyes. The monitors display live feeds of every zone in the base. Everything appears normal, yet Chiloveg looks thoughtful. With a smile, she shakes her head and raises a finger to shush the researcher.
报告 ，A 区外围热成像扫描检测到异常移动物体，速度超出猜出范围。
Chiloveg claps her hands excitedly.
我就说有客人，这下就不无聊了。
你是怎么知道？
你要相信天才的直觉，这座实验室最微小的差异我都能感觉得出来。所有人启动紧急封存协议，你们还有10分钟时间逃命，还记得安全训练师撤离的地方吧？快动起来！
Stunned by the sudden order, the researchers all remain frozen in place. Chiloveg clips her tongue in displeasure, her face twisting into a ferocious, furious expression.
我是说马上！
The researchers jump at Chiloveg's roar. Panic spreads instantly and they rush for the exit.
谢谢。
Chiloveg turns around and blinks, her expression shifting back from icy ruthlessness to playful charm. Soon, there is no enough else left in the lab. She strolls back to her workstation and sits back down.
还是这样有意思。系统启动48应急预案，授权使用特殊转移数据库，紧急加密，授权码星辰芭蕾红魔方。
加密启动，请选择优先保护的数据区块。
让我想想，昙花共振数据和把那个也保存了。我们的客人可能会对此感兴趣。
The progress bar begins to fill. While waiting, Chiloveg tilts her head, pulls a uniquely designed handgun from a drawer, and elegantly spins it in her hand.
有这种水平的客人，我猜是泽林斯基派。不对，也可能是雷芬斯塔尔派。也不是他们的风格。
报告，我们需要
Ooh.
听起来我们的客人不太友善呢。
The transmission cuts off abruptly, followed by a scream and the sound of bones snapping.
喂，入侵者先生或女士，你们有兴趣停下来喝杯茶吗？我这里有上好的大吉岭哦。
Only static answers from that one.
真没礼貌。
From the other side. Chiloveg shrugs and presses a red button. Instantly, alarms blare throughout the entire base. She brings the comms microphone up to her mouth.
注意，各位亲爱的同事们，我们有不速之客光临，安保人员请招待好我们的客人。别说我没提醒你们哦，他们貌似很厉害，所以祝你们好运。哦，差点忘了，我刚才启动了紧急封存协议，10分钟后基地会自毁爆炸。只剩9分钟了，没事，已经够提前了。别说我没给你们逃跑的机会哦。
The receiver picks up a cacophony of chaos from the other end as alarms overlap everywhere. Chiloveg hits the mute button and slides her chair back toward the surveillance monitors. Watching the security personnel in Zone A get taken down with alarming speed, she can't help but shake her head.
太没用了。
She squints at the high-speed blur that flashes past in the live feed, too fast to make out clearly even in slow motion.
就一个人。
She quickly switches to the Zone B feed and stares at it for a few seconds.
还真的就一个人，把所有警卫都干掉了。
She slams the desk and jumps to her feet, snapping her fingers and humming a tune, clearly exhilarated.
是他们，一定就是他们。
She drops back into her chair and spins around several times. Then she grabs a small remote from the desk and presses a button.
现在只有8分钟了，我得想办法欢迎他们，给他们配点音乐。
She presses the button again, thoughtfully. The base's broadcast system suddenly begins playing cheerful classical music. On the monitor, the ghost-like figure pauses for an instant, seemingly puzzled. Watching the screen, Chilovig sets the remote down, hums along to the music, and gets up to whirl into a waltz with an invisible partner. But less than 10 seconds later, all lights abruptly go out inside the lab, and the music cuts off.
喂，谁切断了我的音乐？太没品了！
Despite her complaint, she quickly hides, fumbling into the darkness, and put on a pair of glasses and pressing a button on the frame. The dark room instantly brightens in her vision. And that's when she sees a figure silently dropping down from the ventilation shaft.
我的天哪！
Oh my god. She murmurs softly to herself.
是艾弗本人。
It's Alva in the flesh. In the darkness, she locks eyes with the newcomer. Swish. Prepared in advance, Chilovig pulls the trigger first, but the intruder is even faster, dodging sideways like lightning and drawing her gun in the same instant to return fire. 2 consecutive rounds burst with lethal fire in the dark. Sharp pain explodes through Chilovig's knee and wrist, and she collapses to the floor. Sweat beads on her forehead as she lies curled up on the ground. She peers up at the computer terminal riddled with bullet holes from her own shots, sparks flying, and remarks dryly.
你知道修这个要花多少钱吗？
The intruder steps closer and crouches down by Chilovig, her icy fingers wrapped around Chilovig's neck.
你不是普通的研究人员。
Chilovig raises the hand that had been clutching her wounded knee and gives a exaggerated salute. Her palm, sticky with nearly congealed filthy blood, emits a nauseating stench.
谢谢夸奖，切洛维格17号研究中心首席研究主管为您服务。哦，还有，我是您的超级粉丝，雪狼小姐，我们能合影吗？现在你应该被称为埃弗小姐，我记得没错吧？
你认识我？
当然啦，忤逆小队的传奇成员，我收集了你们在柏林和法兰克福的所有行动资料，您的黑客技术、战术素养都很卓越。我猜外面那家伙的袭击只是障眼法，真正负责执行核心任务的是您吧？您简直是个艺术品，能请您签个名吗？等等，我现在有点行动不便。
别耍花样。
Alva speaks coldly. The fingers around Chilovig's neck tighten into a chokehold as her other hand plucks everything from her person. 2 pens, some empty test vials, and the magazine. None of that matters. What matters is she doesn't feel a heartbeat.
孽徒！
Alva looks down at Chilovig with disgust. Chilovig shrugs self-deprecatingly.
你们在这里研究什么？
Chilovig blinks and lowers her voice slightly.
您想知道吗？
Alva squeezes harder, making Chilovig suck in a sharp breath.
花，美丽的花。当然，不是普通的花，是能引来蝴蝶的特殊品种。我们只缺少合适的土壤。
Her eyes flick toward a hidden timer. 5 minutes left. Alva notices her glance, though. She doesn't need to look to know what it means.
注意，还有5分钟。
哎呀，早知道来的是您，我就不这么急着自毁这里了。
Ignoring Jilovic's mad chatter, Alva releases her, then turns to the damaged computer terminal and starts extracting the data. Beep.
三幺报告 ，A 区已沉没，完毕。
Oh, I love her voice. Oh!
雪狼收到。
哇，那边的人形一定是 AK-15吧？哈哈，今天肯定是我的幸运日。
Bell，基地将自毁，标定汇合位置，向你引导。完毕。
白幺收到，同上指示，预计30秒后抵达汇合位置。完毕。
AK-15，哦不，现在应该是叫威马希纳吧？哎呀，要是被他拷问，我可扛不住呢。那我得抓紧时间了。
Jilovic pouts with theatrical regret. An unnatural bulge suddenly appears on her cheek.
别动。
Alva seems to realize something. She quickly grabs Jilovic's face and forces her mouth open. She forcibly wrenches out Jilovic's metal tooth.
我吃了。
Jilovic starts coughing up blood, though it's clearly not just having a tooth ripped out.
现在只剩4分钟了，雪狼小姐，您可得抓紧时间。
She barely gets to the end of the sentence before her eyes suddenly widen. A few rasping breaths escape her throat, and her body stiffens and collapses to the floor the next second. Her gaze turns vacant, yet the eerie smile at the corner of her mouth remains frozen forever. Alva turns away. She pulls a collar-like device from her tactical pack, trails out a data cable, and connects it to the still sparking terminal. She takes out her tablet. As the cable connects the device to the terminal, torrents of data begin scrolling across the screen. Facing the dense, complex interface, Alva flexes her fingers. She opens her palm, and hair-thin auxiliary fingers extend from her fingertips, spreading over the keyboard alongside her long fingers. Fingers and auxiliary digits become a blur as they dance wildly across the keys. The furious typing sounds almost like a sudden downpour. The vigorous motion abruptly stops. The screen's dim green glow reflects in Alva's teal eyes, and she freezes for a moment.
建数据库，子程序，海伦娜，条目，O43孵化数据。
The all too familiar contents make Alva pause as she opens the file.
O43就是在这里被孵化出来的。
The detailed experimental logs record everything from the host to the incubation process, down to the daily culture dish temperature, humidity, microbial conditions, and other data far beyond Alva's expectations. That's not all. 04319, it seems that more than one identical test subject was born in this base. But in the end, only one finished product ever made it out. Harrowing images sear themselves into Alva's eyes one after another. She glances at the data copy progress, then continues paging through 043's file. To her surprise, the logs don't end with 043's birth. In fact, the very title of the database, Cocoon, already sets off the alarm bells in her head.
乐园计划。
Her fingers lightly tap on the keyboard, opening a data partition with even heavier encryption. A folder labeled Connection Project Gerard Group appears on the screen. Alva is not surprised at all to see Gerard Group's name here. Despite the incident in Odessa never being made fully public, such information highly difficult for Task Force DEFY to obtain. Information pairing Project Eden with Gerard Group is hardly rare. The project is no secret. On the contrary, the Gerard Group has spared no effort promoting the technology, even using it to temporarily halt the free fall of its stock price. The publicity campaign conveniently began shortly after the Odessa scandal broke. According to the Gerard Group, Project Eden is a brand new clean energy initiative. It's meant to deliver more abundant, cleaner, and revolutionary energy for all humanity. However, Alva knows better. Anything tied to Paradius can never be what it claims to be. While Alva is taking in the information, a series of epiphyllum cultivation data and radiation test charts appear on the screen, displaying shocking values and abnormal growth patterns.
粒子共振放大器。
She scrolls and keeps reading.
昙花培育实验 ，P 系列样本，吸收与释放效率提升217%。
Just as Alva is about to dig deeper, an encryption wall blocks further access. She tries to crack it, but time is running out. Alva murmurs the project's name again, this time in an entirely different tone. Why would Gerard work with Paradius to research epiphyllums? What are they after? What does Gerard want? And what role does O43 play in all of this? As these questions swirl in Alva's head, a towering figure kicks open the lab door. Voymastina steps in, her silver-white hair as neat as ever, faint streaks of red glint within the silver as they sway in a firm stride. Holy shit, she looks even better than I thought she would. I gotta admire this sprite, dude. Oh my god, I swear she looks a little different from some of the other stuff I've seen. Oh my god, she's on full auto, as per usual. No. Oh my god, I'm choking on it. This is such eye candy to me. Holy shit. Alright. Whew. I'm a little hard.
凯文没拦住运送撤离人员的飞机，
他会继续追踪的，不要紧。
Alva glances toward the other.
离自毁还有3分钟。
数据。
Alva glances toward the other end of the screen. God, I love her voice too. Oh my god! Oh my god, please. Alva plugs the cable drawn in from the collar into the port at her own neck. Green light instantly starts flashing across her eyes. While Alva retrieves the data, Voymastina naturally takes up position beside her, keeping watch over the surrounding area. About 30 seconds later, Alva unplugs the cable with a look of dissatisfaction.
只破解了一部分，深层数据的解密还没有完成，关于O43的孵化数据也不完整，但找到了一些关于乐园计划的信息。
乐园计划，
吉拉尔集团最近对外公开的一个项目，似乎是一个植物控制坍塌粒子能源释放的研究工程。
Voymastina frowns.
和拟态图谱是一个东西。
以吉拉尔的实力，他们的科研水平应该到不了这个高度。真正在研究的，还是这些帕拉蒂斯的死人。
Alva glances at Chiloveg's body on the floor, then returns her focus to the files.
他们更像是真心相信这项研究能助他们起死回生。恐怕帕拉蒂斯需要的只是他们的钱，并没有真正向吉拉尔集团交底。不过乐园计划中为什么要提及O43？看起来是新修改的内容。
看不到吗？
内容大部分被破坏了。
其他档案呢？
来不及破解了。没关系，收获已经足够多了。让凯文查一下跟这个基地有来往的地方，别放跑那些研究员。一会儿把拷贝的数据发给安娜，解密一下那些常规手段无法读取的东西。
Beep.
稍等。
Alva slings her gun behind her back and pulls a vibrating communicator from her tactical pouch. The sight of that communicator stops Voymastina in her tracks. She stands rooted at the spot and stares at it in silence. The communicator is like a Rubik's Cube. Alva aligns its patterns with a few twists and turns. With a soft click, a narrow seam cracks open and a thin beam of light spills out. Alva stares at the light in complete stillness as if trying to decipher something. After a moment, she finally moves.
通知莫娜，撤离后让运输机立即带我们前往新坐标。我们有新的安排了。
他会归队吗？
暂时还不会。财团内还有很多事需要他挖掘。 我也很想他，维玛西娜。但我们要专注在任务上。
Voymastina pauses.
他说什么了？
吉拉尔集团有狗急跳墙的迹象，我们得去一趟利沃夫，确保那边的行动不会出现意外。
那边，
非军事管理局的行动，他要我们严密监控。
我明白了，我会的。
撤吧。
Giving no further response, Voymastina turns and heads toward the evacuation point with haste. Alva rubs the communicator tenderly with her thumb and slips it back into her pouch. She shoulders her weapon and sets off as well. Following their departure, Chiloveg's body on the floor slowly begins to melt, her once human-like face dissolving into a shapeless puddle. The grotesque sight only lasts for a moment, and of course they haven't fixed the fucking bug yet when it skips the goddamn cutscene at the very end. Alright, hold on. Let's see what it says. The grotesque sight lasts only a moment. A massive explosion erupts, reducing everything to ashes. Oh my god, I love her voice. I can't believe they completely... okay. That was over 30 minutes worth of cutscene. I jinxed it, but in a good way. Let's get this on the show, or get this show on the road. The forged heart of the sun cast down a scorching gaze, a path that all must traverse. Oh wow, that's a lot of enemies. I'm surprised they put this many at the very beginning. Why don't we use refitting room settings? This is a ice and fizz kind of run. Although I'm kind of curious if you haven't pulled Alva yet. Nope, not yet. Or, yeah. So let's just go... Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-bum.
怕了吗？
I'd be curious if she could take on an entire squadron.
训练有一定成效了。
Because if things just start exploding, I feel like things just kind of have a chain reaction. Let's see what happens.
让你三秒。
Aww. That would have been sick.
好香！请下令。大扫除时间，我在。聆听这千军万马之势吧。聆听这千军万马之势吧。出色的指挥，长官。让我来弹奏一曲，庆祝胜利吧。
Alright, another story node. The laws of the world circle and turn, but ultimately return to harmony. I wake up in bed. It's been a long time since I last slept this soundly for so long. Outside the window, daylight has long since broken. Driven by its preset autopilot program, the Elmo cruises methodically onward. Its rhythm is as monotonous and steady as the scenery of the Yellow Zone. After washing up, I head to the ops room early. Groza is on duty, monitoring the surroundings at the command console. When she sees me, she brews a cup of coffee and sits in front of my seat, as she always does. I nod to thank her, look over at the navigation trajectory, and raise my head and ask.
预定路线上没有什么风险吧？暂时没有发现能威胁艾莫号的单位。我想他们选择的轨迹应该是缜密考虑过的。我想也是。按照我们的路线走向和合法空中航道的交会预判，接触时间可能在7分钟、125分钟和314分钟后。我们按计划行驶就好。明白。
After a stretch, I go through the various tasks displayed on the terminal. The screen shows green markers representing several squads currently deployed on missions. They're proceeding in an orderly fashion along their planned routes. The mission logs they transmit back indicate that everything is normal so far.
看来大家的任务还算顺利。
I open the task list and check a priority watch item named Zakaro Squad. After several days of travel, Springfield and Macchiato are drawing closer and closer to the destination, Satellite City LVI-13, near Lviv. Even though the two dolls assigned to this mission are both highly reliable, when I think about all the attention we attracted back when the escorted target was still aboard the Elmo, I can't help but worry about them. I activate the Elmo's comm system, enter the code, and connect to Zakaro's squad's scheduled contact channel.
指挥官，早上好。您果然还是像以前一样很准时呢。
早，怎么样？路上还顺利吗？
目前还没遇到什么麻烦，因为有疑似被跟踪的迹象，我们想办法提前下了洲际列车。昨天在黄区的一个临时补给点进行了补给。虽然行进速度比计划中慢，但对这项任务来说是个安全的选择。现在马奇朵正在做最后的检查和准备，准备完毕后会通过运输车将目标送往指定城市。道路入关的严格程度比洲际列车要低很多，我们会想办法再打点下。顺利的话，预计2天后就能抵达预定的交接地点。
做得很好，带着这么显眼的目标穿过大半个罗联，一路上辛苦你们了。
您可别小看了丹德莱小姐的 VIP 权限和方唐长久以来悉心经营的情报网啊。不过说起来，就算是事先做足了准备，我们过来的路上也实在是顺利的出人意料呢。尤其是对于这种跨越整个黄区的任务来说，最有可能强行出手的敌人却一直没有反应。
你是说帕拉蒂斯吗？
我本来以为带着这样显眼的目标，中途一定会遇到他们才对。为了应对遭遇战，马奇朵准备了很多不太符合他风格的武器呢。但现在看来，这种担心好像有些多虑了。
就算是他们，也不敢在洲际列车上明目张胆的做什么吧。不过还是别太掉以轻心，说不定他们潜伏在你们周围。
您说的很有道理，我们会小心的。
对了，海伦娜的状态怎么样？
她一直处于防卫系统的保护下，从上列车开始直到现在，她的状态都保持稳定。道路入关时，我会把它藏在运输车轿厢的最深处。我在外面设置了一层伪装，应付通关时的 X 光扫描足够了。通关的手续我会找熟悉的线人帮忙办理。虽然最近几天政策似乎在收紧，但应该勉强赶得上和莱娅小姐约定的时间。
保持联系。艾莫号也在往列沃夫行驶，到时候与你们会合。
明白。您一路上也务必小心。
Beep. The call ends. After hanging up, I finally feel a bit more at ease. The mission to escort Helena is proceeding smoothly, and the previous operations were all completed without major incident.
感觉之前的困境已经过去了呢。
Hearing my remark, Groza pauses for a moment, then responds with a smile.
的确顺利起来了，不过指挥官，我们还不能放松警惕啊。
我明白，那是自然。
Groza and I finish our tasks with remarkable efficiency. I lean back in my chair and stretch again as I listen to the lively chatter of the other dolls on board the MCV. The dolls currently stationed on the Elmo have finished their work, or their own work, and seem to be gathered together chatting. As their conversations reach a particularly lively point, bits of their laughter and chatter occasionally drift into the ops room. Butterflies, silent whispers, never sleeping. So that's why you didn't sleep all night? That's Krolik and Nemesis bickering with each other. Miss Mei Ling, may I ask what kind of breakfast you prefer? Me? Centauressi must be preparing breakfast for everyone, my wife. Do you have to wake me up this early? What time do you think it is? Get up and finish your shooting drill. Those voices, without a doubt, belong to Mekdi and Klukai. Maybe it's because recent events have been so turbulent, but this brief moment of calm respite feels strangely surreal. And yet, Not long ago, I was just an ordinary bounty hunter driving the Elmo and drifting through the Yellow Zone. This kind of banal, or banal, daily life should have been my reality. Is it because so many former companions are now aboard the vehicle? Besides Groza's team, there's also Squad 404, Zucchero's squad. I never imagined I'd be lucky enough to reunite with everyone again safe and sound. Each reunion fills me with the relief of having survived disaster. But I know this isn't the true reason for the nagging sense of surrealism. What shatters all illusions and drags me back to memories so heavy they stir my emotions whenever recalled is none other than that fateful confrontation with Paradius. Or is it Paradius? Because they say Paladius in Chinese. I'll say Paradius with my own spin, but if anyone can correct me, that'd be good. Yeah, Paradius. This evil force I nearly wiped out 10 years ago has appeared before me once again. 10 years of compromise brought neither stability nor even fleeting peace. It merely gave the enemy room to breathe, a chance to grow strong again. When I think about how they've been active right under my nose all these years, an uncontrollable anger wells up inside me. No, I will not allow this to happen, or rather, to happen again. At the very least, let me...
指挥官，雷达探测到一架直升机正在接近爱默号，高度300米，距离约2公里，航向与我们完全一致。
看来客人来了。
I switch to the external camera feed and adjust the focus to lock onto the helicopter. It's a brand new military helicopter, painted in the latest standard livery of the Neo-Soviet Union Army. The only jarring detail is the URNC emblem emblazoned on it.
他们正在发送通讯请求，似乎想要降落在爱默号上。接通他们。
爱默号，这里是罗联非军事力量管理局特别行动小组。 请求在贵舰上进行短暂停留。重复，请求在贵舰上进行短暂停留。
让他们下来。是。已经接通降落指引，欢迎来到爱默号。
Namva. I take a deep breath and straighten my clothes. I've spent long enough psyching myself for this. This time, I should be able to talk things through properly. Right? But as the thought crosses my mind, the courage I'd mustered falters slightly. I shake my head, trying to push away those unpleasant thoughts.
闪电，我去接待客人。通知全体人形保持警戒，但不要有任何敌对行动。
Rosa nods, then makes a small gesture of encouragement toward me.
指挥官，你没问题的。谢谢。
I head toward the top deck. The helicopter promptly lands on the deck of the Elmo, but after touching down, the engines are not shut off. The rotors above continue spinning at high speed, signaling that this is only a brief visit. The hatch opens. An officer in a neatly pressed uniform strides down, followed by a figure I have not seen in 10 years. Her hair is grayer than I remember, the lines on his face deeper. Yet after a decade apart, that distinctive presence of him makes him feel anything but unfamiliar.
好久不见，指挥官。
It's fucking Kryuger.
克鲁格先生，
给我5分钟。
He speaks to the officer beside him. The officer nods and steps back toward the helicopter.
看见我需要这么惊讶吗？
我原本以为。
以为来见面的是格琳娜是吧？不用着急，你们有机会见面的。
抱歉，长官，我不是这个意思。
Kryuger smiles and shakes his head. He glances at the helicopter, then turns back to me.
能聊一聊吗？不过我们时间有限。
I look toward the soldier standing by the helicopter and more or less understand Kryuger's intention. I nod to him and lead him farther away. We walk to the edge of the top deck, where we get a view of our over the wasteland in the distance. The bitter smell in the air is much lighter than before. Sunlight falls on Kryuger, outlining his figure clearly. He looks far older than he did 10 years ago. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are deeper, his temples completely gray.
我知道，
我们不该来打扰你。格丽娜的选择是她个人的判断，如果对你造成困扰，我代替她向你致歉。
长官，您这么说，我怎么承受得起？而且，他这么做对我而言意义重大。正因为他交给我的任务，我才能知道一些对我而言很重要的信息。
我明白，那是你的心结，也是我们的心结。
I don't respond, and simply wait quietly for Kryuger to get to the point.
我就直入主题了。上次奥德萨的人形暴动事件，罗联高层已经注意到了。我拿到了对吉拉尔集团的全面调查权。我想，不需要我解释，你也知道他们在背后支持着什么东西吧？
帕拉蒂斯，
财团和帕拉蒂斯勾结，我们早有耳闻。这个案子我们已经追踪了2年多了，是时候了结了。
您准备怎么了结？
我们已经掌握了足够的证据，而之前交到你手上的欧43海伦娜也是非常重要的证物。也许将那个小女孩称为证物会让你不舒服，不过她的确非常关键。明天我将前往利沃夫，在接受完欧43后，我们会把材料交给公诉部门，他们已经向东欧行政区域高级法院提起诉讼。控告奥尔劳格财团与帕拉蒂斯勾结，进行非法实验。接下来，在利沃夫会对所有有罪恶的人发起公审。
公审？
是的。
不应该直接将有关联的人给控制起来吗？
我们虽然是执法单位，但也必须要得到许可后才能行动。
诉讼的流程至少1年起步，这当中帕拉蒂斯一定会继续进行实验。而黄区那些控制区域以外的地方，以罗联的实际执行力，即使诉讼完成了，也未必能得到改善。
程序正义有时比枪炮更重要。只要财团倒台，帕拉蒂斯就会失去最大的现金支持者，这样能破坏掉他们维系活动的根基。如果我们的行动只停留在打击那些基地，就算能破坏掉一个他们的实验基地，谁知道他们在其他地方藏了多少个这样的基地呢？
即使如此，立即破坏掉帕拉蒂斯的基地，至少能让附近区域的人们免遭毒手。
你说的没错，我知道你不相信通过起诉那些公司就能彻底解决问题，但现在不同于10年前，我们必须在合规的范围内行动，而通过规则能做的事情，比你想象的更多。
Some people can also escape the punishment they deserve through the same rules. I swallow the words that almost slip out and offer only a faint, bitter chuckle. Kryuger catches my meaning. He bows his head slightly and decides to change the subject.
我们的外勤人员已经安排妥当，方糖小队的运送应该不会有太大问题。格丽娜会在利沃夫周边与他们接头，完成最后的交接。从艾莫号的航向看，你也准备去利沃夫吧？
是的。当中遇到一些小插曲，我才不得不回到艾莫号。现在解决完了，我势必得继续我的任务，直到彻底完成。
啊，我就知道你会这么做的。为了感谢你的配合，我会为你争取一个有地位的身份，这样你就算还待在黄区中，也可以轻松很多。
谢谢您，长官。不过，您知道的，我不需要那种东西。
我们放在台面上的方式可以釜底抽薪，但是过程过于漫长。而指挥官，你的方式虽然直接，但无法从根基上解决问题。等你有了身份以后，也许和非军事管理局可以有更好的合作。我们可以补齐互相之间缺失的部分。
克鲁格先生，我会配合任务，但不是为了什么身份。我只想帕拉蒂斯被彻底消灭。只要是能做到这一点，无论用何种方式，我都不介意。相对应的，你应该能理解，我可能不会听从某些合理的理由而停手。会这样行事的人，还是不要有身份比较好。
Kryuger lets out a sigh.
看来这10年， 你变了，却又没变。
局长，时间到了，再停留下去，行程记录就要……
我马上来。在我走之前，我想问你一件事。
请说。
你为什么不肯放下过去，重新开始？
因为我无法容忍自己置身在错误之中。
你的回答很傲慢，指挥官。
十分抱歉，长官。
但想要做些什么的人，又有谁不想说出你那个傲慢的答案呢？这条路会很孤独，也很危险。
我已经习惯了，克鲁格先生。
局长。
Kryuger takes a small card to his pocket.
想要进入利沃夫，你还是需要一个合法身份。先使用这个吧。
I hesitate, still not reaching out.
来见识一下我们怎么把那些罪犯绳之以法吧。我想，格琳娜也一定想让你看到她一直努力的成果。
Kryuger looks straight at me. There's a kind of force in his gaze, much I resist. I find myself taking the card in the end. He seems to let out a quiet sigh of relief once he sees me accept it.
如果需要帮助，随时联系我。
谢谢。
Kryuger turns to leave, but stops again at the helicopter door.
你知道我们10年前失去的最重要的是什么吗？
格里芬。
是你。
I got whiplashed. I stand rooted to the spot, at a loss for how to react. On the deck, the helicopter is ready for takeoff.
克鲁格先生。
Kryuger removes the headset he had just put on and looks toward me. And I shout with all my strength at a volume I believe can overpower the helicopter's engines.
不管我们选择的道路是不是一样，您都是我最尊敬的人。
Kryuger smiles.
离我福建，指挥官。
The helicopter lifts off and quickly disappears into the sky. I stand on the deck for a long time, staring in the distance, thoughts surging. That is such an amazing little... God, it's so sick. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it! Perhaps I'm not the only one who lost a great deal because of the decision I made 10 years ago. Why is it that no matter what choice is made, someone always ends up getting hurt? The emotions I once tried so hard to avoid surface again. I even regret not responding to him more warmly just now. I clench my fist and shake my head hard, forcing myself not to dwell on that. Now isn't the time to be tangled up in this. I look at the card I've just received. Will things really proceed as smoothly as Kryuger says? I can't shake the feeling that they still don't pay me for the goddamn bugs, man. Let's see what they said. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is coming. The purity of the moon's light cuts through the infinite darkness. Only by advancing can you arrive at the truth. Alright, let's do more boom booms. The criteria of sacrifice lies in the martyr's pursuit. I'm gonna read a couple more. Only by accepting the gospel of the Advent can one gain the revelation that allows one to break free of one's bindings. What kind of things are these guys? It's a marionette doll. The destinies entwined around the staff can be ignited with just a hint of starlight. The moment when heaven and earth meet. As a side gate primarily used to divert traffic from the central checkpoint, the queue for entering the city here isn't usually very long. But today, the entry security procedures seem especially cumbersome, causing a large amount of civilians to pile up at this entrance. Guards stationed on both sides of the checkpoint hold their weapons at the ready, closely watching every movement within the line. A transport truck bearing the Zucchero logo spray-painted on its cargo compartment passes through the security gate. It waits in the inspection area for an inspector to carry out the review process. From the pedestrian line beside the truck, the voices of a family drift through the half-open window and into the doll's auditory module.
爸爸，我们是不是快到利沃夫了？
只要通过这里，我们一家人就可以开始新生活了。
太棒了！听说利沃夫的商店里有很多漂亮的裙子，我们可以去买新衣服了。
哥哥也可以买到上学用的新教材了呢。
The mother walks at the back of the group, gazing lovingly at her two children. She rests her hands on their shoulders, drawing them closer together. Springfield watches the family with a tender glimmer in her eyes. She is no stranger to scenes like this, families willing to overcome countless obstacles for a better life. Seeing the hope in the children's eyes, she can't help but smile. Although people ahead of them are being denied entry one after another for various reasons, the father seems or remains confident. To qualify for a life in the satellite city, their family has endured a long point-based process and strict screening. He firmly believes nothing will go wrong. The transport truck finally reaches the inspection point. Springfield notices the fatigue and irritation in the inspector's eyes, along with a faint, barely concealed arrogance. She only lets out a quiet sigh, already foreseeing the possible obstruction.
您好，请出示通行证和货物清单。
Springfield hands over an elegant folder neatly containing various documents. On the inside is a food exchange voucher. Even in the green zone, such vouchers can still fetch a high price.
这是我们的全部证件，麻烦您了。
The inspector takes the folder, his gaze lingering on the voucher for only a second before he flips it open and begins reviewing the papers carefully.
人形。
Once he confirms he's speaking to a doll rather than a human, even his veneer of politeness disappears.
既然是人形，你应该不会没好好阅读过前几天更新的条款吧？所有服务于集团、组织及个人的人形，应当提前登记，并准备好专用的工作许可。而你刚刚递交的是商务签证，可不是人形类专用的工作许可。
但是我目前并未服务于任何集团、组织及个人呢。
这么说，你是无归属人形？
我的权限归属于自己，请看，这里是我证明身份的文件。
The inspector flips through the documents impatiently, confirming the truth of Springfield's statement.
又是这种。那你是来干什么的？
我这次来是为了在这里开设咖啡店的分店，有些前期准备要做。我们目前有一家店正在营业，生意还算不错，所以打算拓展业务范围。
人形开的咖啡店？
您看。 这是我们的商用建筑批文和经营许可。等分店正式营业后，欢迎您来店里品尝咖啡和甜品。我们的店员会给您准备特制的招牌蛋糕，保证让您满意。
The inspector ignores Springfield's invitation as he skeptically scans the supplementary documents in his hands. Meanwhile, behind him, the family in line is presenting their documents to another inspector.
准备的倒是挺充分。车里的是什么？
只是一些开店需要的原料和器材，刚才过闸的时候已经通过扫描检查过了。您需要查看运输内容的清单吗？
放在那里吧。还有，把货箱也打开，我要检查一下。
啊，您要打开货箱检查吗
Springfield's brow furrows slightly with a little concern.
可是里面的东西花了很长时间才装好，有些是易碎品。
那就动作快点吧。检查完之后，你还能趁早把它们装回去。
Nearby, the inspection of that family also runs in trouble.
再为您解释一下吧， 最近利沃夫要召开一个重要的峰会，为了避免危险因素混进来，从本周二开始，一张家庭通行证只允许3人进入。这份通知在白区及周边重要城市入城须知条款的第8章第3条下方注释过了。你们没有更新文件吗？
那这个规定到什么时候才会结束啊？我们可以等到戒严结束后再进城。
哎，谁知道呢？少则3、5天，多则1个月，也可能会变成永久条款。我理解你们的心情，但赶上这种事情，你们只能自认倒霉了。
Springfield watches the situation unfold with pity and concern. The mother's panicked gaze and the children's dejection make her heartache. She sighs softly, then turns her attention back to the inspector in front of her.
是否可以稍微通融一下呢？里面都是些没有充分密封的食材，如果弄破了包装，之后就没办法使用了。而且不小心洒出来的话，打扫起来也很麻烦。万一给您造成困扰，就实在太过意不去了。
She produces a small pouch from somewhere, preparing to slip it into the inspector's hand. But he merely gives it a cold glance and pushes it back towards Springfield.
我说人形小姐，你这套把戏放在1个星期之前还有戏，现在可行不通了啊！你刚才没听到吗？过2天利沃夫要举行一个重要的峰会，很多大人物都聚集在城内。万一这里出了什么差错，我可就得卷铺盖滚回黄区聚居地了。就你这2根金条，到时候还不够我搭帐篷的。别耽误时间了，快点吧。
Springfield puts the glass pieces away, maintaining her gentle smile as she subtly glances at her watch.
我理解您的难处，那我这就配合您的检查。
Springfield opens the cargo compartment. Inside, layers upon layers of coffee bean sacks and baking ingredients are stacked neatly, with refined coffee machines and baking equipment secured on racks. The air is filled with the aroma of coffee and sugar. The inspector switches on his flashlight and...
里面是什么？
The inspector switches on his flashlight and shines it through the gaps toward the depths of the compartment. From the outside, it's pitch black, impossible to see anything clearly.
只是一些未拆箱的原料而已。
把这些东西搬下来，我要进去检查。
好的，请您稍等。
Springfield efficiently unties the rope securing the cargo, unloading sacks of coffee beans and flour one by one. She moves them carefully, ensuring the expensive beans and Zakara's specialty syrups don't spill onto the ground. As for the items blocking the front are cleared away, a box covered with a waterproof tarp gradually comes into view.
里面就是你说的原料？
是的，是一些特殊的进口原料，需要特别保存。
打开看看。
没问题，请您稍等，我来收拾一下。
Springfield turns toward the depths of the cargo compartment, her hand lightly brushing against a device hidden amongst the goods. No matter what, she will protect the mission target entrusted to her. Springfield glances around. Most of the nearby soldiers' attention is focused on the long line waiting outside the security gate. Meanwhile, the arguing and crying family inside the checkpoint also draws many eyes. She gently brushes her hair back. She soon receives a response on level 2.
弄好了没有？我要进去检查了。
可以了。
Springfield watches as the inspector climbs into the cargo compartment, stepping over burlap sacks, slowly approaching the box deeper inside. And while he isn't paying attention, Springfield has already moved closer behind him. Alert, alert. A suspicious target has been detected near Satellite City, Westgate number 3. All nearby personnel immediately close the security gates and coordinate with security forces to provide support. A suspicious target has been detected near Satellite West City number 3. All nearby personnel immediately close the security gates and coordinate with security forces to provide support. Springfield continues to smile. In front of her, the inspector, only a step away from opening the box, frowns impatiently and answers the beeping communicator in his hand.
3号关卡那边什么情况？
报告组长，一伙瓦良格帮的人试图夹带违禁品，结果半路突然爆炸了，人已经被我们扣住了。一起混进来的还有一批货，需要尽快排查之前通关人员里可能夹带的非法物品。
知道了，马上就来。
The inspector thinks for a moment, then hollers for Springfield.
人呢？
我在。
Springfield sets up from behind him. The inspector urgently points at the innermost cargo.
外面出事了，算你走运。把这些箱子都打开，我最后看一眼就让你走吧。
Springfield's smile stiffens slightly. She adjusts her gloves on her. She adjusts her gloves on her hands behind her back.
好的。
Instead of walking toward the box, she steps closer to the inspector. Just as she gets into position, ready to take action.
怎么了？催什么？是处长啊，是，我立即就过来。
The inspector hurriedly jumps off the truck, not even sparing Springfield a glance.
哎，今天这里的审查先暂停。所有人跟我一起去3号关卡支援。
什么？我可是今天凌晨就过来排队了。
就是呀，我还要赶着去医院探望我女儿呢。你们这帮当官的也太不靠谱了。
Ignoring the surrounding complaints and curses, the security gate slowly closes. The soldiers responsible for security block the crowd attempting to rush the gate and begin assembling to head toward gate number 3. Springfield watches the gate behind her seal shut, leaving her and the truck stranded within the inspection area of checkpoint. She can't help but sigh.
哎呀，就差一点点了。
如果可以的话，希望你能早点帮忙呢。
这不是怕我们的行为让店长觉得太多管闲事吗？
Springfield reloads the cargo back into the truck. As she steps down, the barricade blocking the vehicle is instantly lowered and the road ahead opens up to her. Springfield hops into the truck and starts the engine, her gaze falling once more on that family. In front of the truck...
也帮下他们吧。
In front of the truck, the family that had been beside her in line stands there helplessly. As Springfield hesitates, then issues a request at level 2.
下不为例哦。
Springfield shoots the father a subtle look.
快走吧。
什么？
快去吧，带着孩子们开始新生活。只要一家人在一起，事情都会好起来的。
Just then, the gate in front of the family opens as well. The couple freezes for a moment, then realizes what Springfield has done for them. They bow deeply toward her in gratitude and hurry through the gate with their 2 children. Springfield watches them leave, her eyes gleaming gently.
愿你们的未来充满希望。
The last transport truck to pass inspection accelerates away from the checkpoint. After exiting the not very long arched passage, the once empty passenger seat is now somehow occupied by a figure.
你真是够多管闲事的，这样不是又多欠一个人情了吗？
Macchiato props her chin on her hand glumly, clearly not in a good mood.
反正他们已经来帮忙了，多帮几个人也不过是举手之劳罢了。
本来压根不用他们出手的。
这也不是马奇多你的错，你那边吸引注意力的处理已经够好了。
She sniped explosives at Varhager Town. That's crazy.
就是啊，我实际已经安排的那么精巧了，谁想得到还能碰到这么轴的检察员啊！
在猎区中也有那种油盐不进的人呢。
来呀，不要随便黑进别人的通讯线路啊！
抱歉，我只是在检查我们的通讯线路是否安全。只不过刚做完这些，就恰好听到你在说话，可不是故意要偷听哦。
既然你都能直接打开关口的闸门了，那早点告诉我们不好吗？
哎呀，虽然小小的使用一下城防的权限不是什么大事，但毕竟我们都要留下行动记录的嘛，能低调还是低调一些。要不是看在春田店长这边要产生附带损伤了，不然让这一切顺其自然才是最好的处理方式，不是吗？总之，没产生不必要的伤亡真是太好了。现在已经接近利沃夫了，后面一切都会很轻松了。
但利沃夫一带的安防布置看起来比我们想象中更加严格。莱亚小姐，他们正在筹备的那个科技峰会究竟是怎么回事？
哦，那个呀，你的资料库里应该有吉拉尔集团的相关资料吧？作为科技方面的龙头企业，他们会定期邀请一些业内大佬过来，以学术交流的名义召开峰会。虽然会上有很多本年度的新研究发布，但压轴环节一定是宣布吉拉尔集团本年度的前沿技术的成果。所以嘛，说是召集行业内精英举行的科技峰会，其实只是吉拉尔集团每年一度的炫技罢了。
就算是这样，现在这种等级的安防措施，也稍微有点做过头了吧？
是啊，所以这不是明摆着，加强安防的目的，就是为了应付我们嘛。
为了应付非军事管理局吗？我记得非军事管理局在利沃夫的根基应该挺稳固的吧？
是这样没错，不然格林也不会把地点选在这儿了。不过呢，最近的风向变得还是很快的，本地的行政管理系统近来越来越不配合了呢。克洛格先生刚一抵达利沃夫，就被送到了吉拉尔集团指定的接待酒店。虽然行动暂时没受到限制，但就算是尊贵如非军事力量管理局的局长，应该也不会喜欢连去洗手间都得随身带着2位保镖吧？
这里的官僚机构已经被财团渗透成这个样子了吗？情况比预计的还要复杂，看来我们得抓紧时间行动了。莱娅小姐，虽然离预定交接的时间还有几个小时，可我担心再拖下去会出纰漏。可以现在就联系格丽娜小姐进行交接吗？
她就在我身边哦。提前交接的话，当然没问题。毕竟作为交接点的那间废弃仓库，我们可是早就在那边等候你们了。
Leva's voice disappears for just a few seconds.
不过，得先确定。
放心吧，我保证不会被人跟踪的。那些试图追查我们的人，早就被我们在净化区外甩得一干二净了。
不愧是方糖的店长，指挥官把任务交给你，真是帮大忙了。那么，就这么办吧。
我这边收到坐标了。
OK， 方糖的2位，我们20分钟后见喽。
Yeah, baby. All right, I'm gonna piss. Time. Let's get this shit on the road. All right. Let's go. Inside an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the satellite city, 2 figures slip into the warehouse's rear door. After confirming that the interior is secure, the human woman lowers the gun in her hand and nods to the doll beside her.
莱亚，再检查一次周围的情况。
了解。你觉得太安静了？
虽然安静是应该的，但我总有点不安。
Through her neural cloud, Leva runs a full check on all the cameras and detectors she has deployed. Under their surveillance, no one can enter this place unnoticed. Everything is normal. Leva nods to Helena. Helena relaxes slightly, then picks up the radio and contacts the outside.
观察小队，周围的情况怎么样了？
报告参事，观察小队未观察到异常情况。
再确认一次热成像扫描结果。
热成像显示区域内只有我方人员，无其他热源。
保持警戒，快速反应小队，汇报情况。
随时做好战斗准备，撤离路线在我们的火力覆盖下，请指示。
保持待命，等待进一步指示。
Response team. It's no. You gotta Okay, anyway.
是。
莱亚，
总觉得哪里不对劲呢。
发现什么异样？
没有，看起来一切正常。正因如此，我感觉不太好。莱娜，汇报下情况。
屋顶的风景很不错呀，我和观察小组结论一样哦。别说敌人了，附近连只蚂蚁都没看到呢。莱亚姐，要不要和我换位置？
没事，你就留在外面，好好享受新鲜空气吧。
莱亚姐果然时时刻刻都在为我着想。
再帮我扫描一下西北方位的那片区域，我检测到有轻微的紊乱连接信号，你能找到信号源吗？
正在进行全屏幕扫描，我这边没有发现有信号。
没有信号？啊，
格林姐，我看到春天他们了，大家一点都没变呢。
Kana glances at the time. It matches exactly the time Leva and Springfield have agreed on earlier. She raises the communicator in her hand.
目标已进入预定范围，安防组全体进入1级警戒。
收到。
把运输车放进来。
Outside the warehouse, the hum of an engine draws closer, then gradually comes to a stop. Leva and Helena exchange a look and pull up the rolling shutter that covers the warehouse entrance. Once the vehicle stops, Springfield hops down. Oopsie.
格琳娜小姐，让你们久等了。
Springfield hops down from the driver's seat first. She gives Helena a slight bow.
一路过来辛苦了，路上还顺利吗？
虽然遇到了点麻烦，但好在有各位的协助，算是全都顺利解决了。
辛苦你了。原本我们应该提供更多协助的，只是之前遇到了一些棘手的麻烦，实在无法抽身协助。
您太客气了，您这么多年来一直对我们关照有加，这点事情是我们应该做的。只是原本的路线感觉被人盯上了，否则本来应该由我和马奇朵一路护送目标到利沃夫交接才最稳妥。
这是合理的判断，你们已经做得很好了。剩下的事情就放心交给我们吧。
接下来就拜托您了。指挥官很在意这件事，无论是海伦娜还是帕拉蒂斯。
Hearing Springfield's words,
我明白。
Helena's expression grows grave.
等和指挥官见面时，我会把前因后果都讲明白的。
那样就再好不过了。
While Helena is conversing with Springfield, Leva looks past her towards the distance as if confirming something. Meanwhile, Macchiato walks in and sets down the sealed container that had been hidden deep inside the cargo hold. With a heavy thump, the container hits the ground, kicking up a cloud of thick dust.
每次搬这个箱子都让人无语，这个箱子居然有这么重！明明之前看起来只是个小女孩的样子。
这个箱子配备的那些自动防卫系统，用料可是货真价实的。
Helena steps closer to the container, but it suddenly starts to quiver.
怎么了？
这是防卫系统警戒模式生效的特征。一路上这样的情况有发生过吗？
我们没有见过。在运输前，指挥官就已经处理过我和马奇朵的识别权限了。 来呀，你后退一下试试。
Alva eyes the container warily. With a frown, she follows Helena's instruction and backs away, but the container continues to shake.
怎么会这样？
Alva looks up at her surroundings. Within her neural cloud, feeds from cameras and scanners flash by rapidly, but whether in the outside world or within her neural cloud, the situation is the same. All is still and quiet. Yet this very stillness makes Alva highly incredulous. Through the level 2 in her neural cloud.
你们有感知到附近的连接请求信号吗？
Through level 2 in her neural cloud, she senses a faint but persistent connection request still flickering. Are any of you sensing a nearby connection request signal?
请求信号？
Springfield looks at Macchiato confusion. She shakes her head as well.
我没感知到任何的请求信号。
If it were an enemy, they wouldn't be so brazen about it. Then there's only one possibility. Alva raises all the firewalls in her neural cloud to maximum. After a moment's hesitation, she accepts the request. The connection is established. Nothing happens, then after a long while, a string of characters is transmitted. 6661-6C7365.
这是密约？不，这是16位禁止编码。虚假。
Alva activates the key. In an instant, her neural cloud is assaulted by what feels like crashing waves. Her offensive firewalls immediately counterattack, but the opposing signal vanishes at once. The firewalls sever all connections to interfaces, isolating Alva's neural cloud once more. Forcefully disconnected by the attack, Alva realizes something. She takes stock of her surroundings, only to find fully armed mechanical units all around them.
什么？
Alva immediately raises her hand and strikes the mechanical unit that has already approached the container.
快找掩体！怎么了？我们的2级平层被入侵了。等一下，格林你也看不见吗？看见什么？
Alva looks around in confusion, but still draws her sidearm warily. In Alva's view, the mechanical units are drawing their weapons as well.
所有人卧倒，朝我标记的位置射击。
Springfield and Macchiato immediately drop their weapons. Alva fires controlled shots at the enemy positions she can see, while the other dolls raise their guns and fire at targets invisible to them. The mechanical units hit precisely and collapse to the ground.
你们齐纳协议还在吗？
我和马奇朵都还保存着。
关闭2级平层接口，用齐纳协议和我连接。
Springfield and Macchiato do as instructed. The moment the connection is established, they too see the mechanical units on the ground sparking.
什么？他们是怎么进来的？
你们到底在说什么？
竟然连人类都能被遮蔽了信息，这到底？
After the mechanical units are destroyed, the container finally stops shaking.
莱纳，有发现敌人吗？
敌人？我没看到敌人啊。
连接我的远程控制权限。现在呢？
现在？哇，外面怎么全是机械体？
格林，我们布置在外面的人怎么样了？
观察小组能收到吗？ 快反小组，能听到我说话吗？
There's no response over the radio.
该死，这到底是何方神圣？
莱雅姐，敌人朝仓库里冲过来了。
你回来和我们会合，所有人，准备交战。
What are all these? I can't believe they got this close without me noticing. Against dolls, it's electronic attacks. Against humans, probably something like hallucinogens or poison gas? I'm afraid it's something like that. I'm not worried about electronic attacks. I'm afraid that Miss Collin has been hurt in some other way. Then let's wrap this up quickly. We'll take care of any other business after we take them out. I hope too. We got a canonical team here. Let's do it.
了解，
效果满分。轻轻松松，出击。
请保持安静。
要来一杯茶吗？
哼，敌人都干掉了吗？似乎消停下来了。
Suddenly, a series of noises come from outside the warehouse. Helena frowns as she hears them.
是治安部门的警笛声。
Outside the warehouse, the screech of vehicles braking hard can be heard, followed by multiple sets of footsteps drawing closer and closer.
这里是 LVI-13治安巡逻队，立即放下武器。
这里是隶属非军事管理局外勤人员，正在执行任务，你们无权干涉。
你说是就是吗？放下武器！我们要查验你们的身份，不然我们要发动强攻了。
The extremely forceful tone is clear that they're prepared to attack at any moment. Kana signals Leva to stay calm.
对方是治安部门，我们不好直接朝他们开枪。
看来第一波强攻没成功，接下来要耍阴的了呢。
Oh, so this is the infiltrated. I get it. The look on her face says everything.
对方也同样不好直接对我们动手。先看下他们要做什么，见机行事吧。
Helena gestures to the other dolls, who quickly move to conceal the container, holding Helena in a hidden corner.
我已经呼叫增援了，15分钟内我们的人就会赶来。
希望能拖到那个时候。
Helena nods. She clears her throat and calls out toward the outside.
我们已经放下武器，你们可以进来了。
治安部门的各位，劳烦进入仓库检查吧，里面很有可能是罗联的高级官员，请将他们礼貌地请到我这里来。
是。
That's a new voice. Armed PSA personnel enter the warehouse. Helena raises her hands and presents her credentials.
我是非军事力量管理局下属第3分局2级参事兼区域安全主管，正在进行特殊外勤任务。
什么任务？
你无权知道。
Under Helena's imposing sense of presence, the armed officer doesn't dare act rashly. He takes the credentials, flips through them, and hands them to someone who appears to be the team leader. That person walks off and passes them to another indistinct figure in the distance. The moment she enters Helena's field of view, Helena's nerves snap taut. The one standing before her is not a human, but a meticulously dressed 3rd-gen doll. Her suit is perfectly tailored. Like a highly trained senior butler from a noble estate, her every movement radiates elegance and composure. She inclines her head slightly, examining Helena's credentials with near reverent courtesy. Her fingers, fluid and graceful, turn the pages lightly. Then she looks up, a gentle and polite smile on her lips, while her eyes resemble fine porcelain displayed in an old mansion. Flawless on the surface, but hiding something deeply unsettling within.
原来您是非军事管理局的参事阁下，非常抱歉，我们以此等方式接待你，实在是太失礼了。
你们可真是又快又礼貌啊！
高效与优雅本就是相辅相成的美德。作为新一代的礼仪标准，我们总是努力将两者完美融合，以提供最为周到的服务。
Her voice is rich and smooth, her tone refined and courteous, yet this near-perfect politeness carries an irresistible sense of authority.
治安部门应该不会有你这样的高级人行吧？
Helena looks super wary, dude. Eye bags, the smirk. She's got it all right now.
您真是慧眼识珠，我的确并非治安部编制人形。 而是来协助的。
The doll gives Helena a slight nod.
请允许我做个自我介绍。我是吉拉尔集团负责利沃夫及周边地区安全事务的特别代表。您可以称呼我为真。
That is a translation that definitely I need to look into later. It looks like her name is Igla? Igla? So, I'll need to take a look at that.
我刚刚接获通知，这片区域出现了些许不寻常的动静。
你应该知道，吉拉尔集团也承接了利沃夫周边城市的安全保卫工作，所以治安部门的支援请求，我们不能坐视不理。另外，考虑到即将举行的峰会对利沃夫提出了更高的要求，因此，我不得不亲自带队前来查看情况。根据我们的初步观察，这里似乎发生了一场相当激烈的冲突。或许您愿意与我分享一些您所目睹的情况。毕竟，维护这座城市的和平，是我们共同的心愿。
Igla's gaze rests gently yet intently on Helena, then casually sweeps toward the corner behind her. That seemingly idle glance feels as though it sees straight through everything. Her smile never wavers, polite and composed, yet exerting invisible pressure.
如你所见，非军事管理局正在执行相关的任务。我们突然遭到了未知机械体的袭击，但好在我们的外勤人员击退了敌人。
多么令人遗憾的事故！
Igla inclines her head gracefully, offering a perfect measured gesture of apology, as though expressing regret for an inconvenience she didn't cause. Her expression remains impeccably pleasant, save for the intense focus in her eyes, like a predator locking onto its prey.
仔细思考这个问题，我不禁注意到一个有趣的巧合。这场袭击似乎有着相当明确的目标指向性。
Igla looks toward a spot, the very place where the container is hidden.
您贵为非军事力量管理局的安全官员，应该知道，在卫星城内开枪是一件很严重的事吧？而比开枪更严重的是，有会威胁到区域安全的危险品，偷偷地进入到了城市的腹地。 虽然这样说会引起您的不快，但我的职责要求我必须对您和您的手下们进行相应的调查。请和我们走一趟吧。另外，对于这块区域，我们也有必要将可能存在的危险物品做彻底的检查。我想，您应该也不会介意吧？
你没有权利对我们进行调查，你也无权检查这个区域。 非军事力量管理局的任务还在继续。既然你已经知道我们在执行任务，请立即从这里离开。
这恐怕不行呢。就算我愿意，治安部门的执法人员也无法坐视可能的违法行为在他们的管理下出现吧。虽然我们是不同的部门，但是为了城市的安全，还是请您遵守相应的流程和规则，配合我们执法。 以避免不必要的损失。
从流程上来说，本地的治安部门没资格对非军事力量管理局的参事执法，而你作为外包安保而言，更没有资格。如果你真的有这么大的官瘾，那就通过利沃夫的首席将调查申请发送给我，我立即无条件配合你们。
我必须坦言，您这样的对抗思维，并不具备任何益处。
Igla raises a hand slightly. The surrounding PSA officers immediately raise their guns. The dolls raise theirs in response.
哦呀，这还真是令人惊讶。
Igla turns her gaze toward Leva, who smiles back while leveling her gun at Igla.
你不会认为自己是3代人形，就强到能完全压制非军事力量管理局的人形吧？
我不太明白您的意思。
您可真爱说笑。
Beneath their smiles, countless streams of flight flash through their eyes. Within Leva's level 2, a signal source at point-blank range attempts to forcibly connect to her neural cloud. Massive amounts of data crash violently against Leva's offensive firewalls. The signal source launches high-speed, high-density attacks against all her ports, but the key activated earlier provides Leva with a complete decoding logic, allowing her to dismantle those lethal viruses within the limits of her processing power.
我劝您这位安全事务特别代表不要轻举妄动。且不说你先动手，我们也能干掉你们。 要是参事小姐有什么3长2短，吉拉尔集团恐怕得被犁到地里当明年的肥料了。这样真的没问题吗？
Igla frowned slightly, then resumed her original smile and addresses Leva.
您太会说笑了，我们怎么会轻举妄动呢？不过有件事，您提醒得很对。参事小姐的确得注意身体，不然要是有个3长2短，我们可负责不起呀。
Igla casts a meaningful look toward Kana. Leva's gaze is drawn there as well. Kana keeps her gun trained on Igla, but suddenly her chest heaves, she coughs several times and collapses into an uncontrollable violent coughing fit. She covers her mouth and nose, but blood spills through her fingers and drips onto the ground with each cough.
哎呀，参事小姐看起来是不是得了急性辐射病呢？要是不早点就医的话，恐怕对身体会造成不可逆的影响呢。
Kana drops weakly to one knee, but immediately raises a hand to signal that she can still hold on.
没事，我的抗性很强的。
Bracing herself against her knee, she forces herself back up, wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth, and raises her gun at Igla.
我就算死在这里，也不会离开的。
Igla shows the same confident smile as before. She bows lightly and gestures for the other armed personnel to lower their weapons.
那我们就再等一会儿吧。
Suppressing the urge to shoot the wench named Igla in the face right there and then, Leva rapidly calculates how to eliminate every enemy present as quickly as possible. They've cunningly deployed human armed personnel, all wearing full-out coverage helmets. There's no telling what's been released into the air. As for Igla herself, just defending against the electronic attacks is already taxing. Crippling her through electronic warfare is nearly impossible. Judging from their PSA setup, they must have prepared for non-fire reinforcements. The chances of non-fire reinforcements reaching this place in 15 minutes are smaller than her winning the lottery. And Helena clearly can't hold out on her current condition. She already has a history of Elid. Her life will be at risk if this continues. While Alva's neural cloud is racing, a massive explosion suddenly erupts deep within the warehouse. Almost simultaneously, the dolls all look toward the same spot, the location of the container now shrouded in smoke.
看来，真正的客人来了。
Ayla doesn't hesitate for even a second. Abandoning the doll she had been facing moments ago, she immediately rushes toward the explosion. Kana tries to follow, but her leg gives out, and she collapses.
格丽。
Leva rushes to her side at once, trying to help her out. Kana pushes her away and issues an order.
别管我，快追上去！
Leva shoots a furious glare at the PSA personnel Igla has left behind and roars at them.
赶紧给我叫救护车！要是参事出事了，你们一个都别想跑！
好的。
Thrown into chaos by the sudden explosion and Igla's departure, the PSA officers fall into disarray. Their leader starts calling for medical support over the radio.
莱纳，你把格林送去医院。店长，请你们帮忙保护格林。好的，交给我们，你快去吧。
Alva gives Kana one last look.
这就结束了吗？比预期更快呢。
Then dashes toward the site of the explosion. Voymastina sprints at full speed with the container slung over her shoulder. The box is shaking violently. She clamps it tightly with her arm and keep from slipping. Oh shit, we got rescued by DEFY! Alva runs alongside her, but unlike Voymastina, she keeps her head down, continuously working on the terminal in her hand.
我对刚才的行动表示质疑。
Alva doesn't look up, her fingers still flying across the terminal.
你是指非军事力量管理局刚刚遇袭的时候？
刚才的时机不好，我们不应该出现。
我原本也是这么想的，所以我帮助了莱雅。他面对3代人形会有压力，那串蜜月能帮助他不被击溃。但是即便如此，他们也守不住自己的职责。
terminal emits a crisp unlocking chime. The container on Voymastina's shoulder stops quivering. Alva finally turns to look at Voymastina.
虽然这个箱子并不是我们的任务，但是非军事力量管理局刚才已经无法实际控制那个箱子了。这样下去，吉拉尔集团的人就会获得欧43，这是巨大的风险。所以，我们必须要改变计划。
我不明白，你并未向我披露全部的计划内容。
She's sweating.
抱歉，维玛西娜，我的确没有解释清楚。这是他的要求，欧43不能落入财团之手，任何一个都不行。
Alva lets out a quiet sigh.
我们依然不清楚欧43在乐园计划中扮演的角色，也不知道乐园计划的全貌。他在集团内部活动了很久，但依旧没有找到任何消息，所以我们只能靠自己了。所以除了我们这次的任务外，我们需要把他带回去。奈勒会对他展开一个全面的检查，也许能找到一些端倪。只有这样，才能确认帕拉蒂斯的阴谋进行到了哪一步。
带着这个箱子，会大大降低完成这次任务的概率。也许我们应该找机会，将箱子还给非军事力量管理局。
不行，
我们不信任非军事力量管理局。
我信任克鲁格先生，也信任格琳娜小姐，但除了他们以外的人，未必值得信任。如果罗莲值得信任，我们就不会脱离国安局了。
明白。
吉拉尔集团离完蛋不远了，但他们依然拥有造成巨大危害的能力。虽然克鲁格先生已经做了他所有能做的事，但我依然担心，非军事力量管理局的计划会走向他们想象以外的道路。如果吉拉尔的内部不稳定，到时事情会变得不可挽回。
Voymastina pauses slightly, then nods and says no more. The silence between them carries an unspoken mutual understanding. In the distance, the sound of running engines and footsteps draw near.
看来敌人追上来了。我去准备载具，把箱子给我吧，它会影响你发挥。在撤离点汇合。
明白。
Voymastina watches Alva leave, then silently she turns in the opposite direction, and then makes me look at the fucking screen again that I'm looking at because I can't fucking read the goddamn shit because it keeps fucking going. Ah! Okay, hold on. She turns in the opposite direction, checks her weapon, then runs toward the enemy with heavy, deliberate strides. Just how I like it. Leva's probably here too. Just Maki's gone. Well, Maki made Springfield. Helena's gone.
任务开始。
We're bringing the echelon in. Why not?
来了。
Evacuate everybody. Okay, that's not too bad.
哦。有话快说。
Come and say hello, motherfucker. We're killing all of them.
我先死了，永远的消失。哼，我在呀。 来一起玩耍吧！哼，我在呀。交给我吧，指令是。
Come on, let's move.
哦，指令是。 叫我吗？哼，哦。 吗？
有话快说。
哼。
After taking down the last pursuer, Voymastina scans the surroundings. Once she confirms that the area is secure, she prepares to relocate. Just as Voymastina is about to leave, a razor-sharp gaze, one that seems to pierce through every electromagnetic disturbance on the battlefield, locks onto her like a precision-guided weapon. Her instincts trigger instantly. Before conscious thought can catch up, her body pivots. In 0.1 seconds, her right hand draws her MP443 Glock tactical pistol, the muzzle snapping precisely toward the source of that gaze. At this very moment, Voymastina's system experiences a rare stall. She stands in an open tactical zone, deliberately chosen to maximize attracting enemy fire while ensuring clear line of sight for battlefield control. Her first assessment is that the enemy has deployed a sniper team for long-range suppression, but her wolf eye's full-spectrum scans detect no thermal signatures or electronic traces of conventional weapons. Yet her intuition was never wrong, or has never been wrong. Tempered through countless battles, it has become an integral component of her combat system. She raises her head slightly. Wolf Eye automatically shifts to maximum magnification, piercing the night mist to lock onto a distant target. On the edge of the battlefield, and over a kilometer from the engagement zone, atop a high-rise overlooking a warehouse district, a slender figure stands in silence. Even with Wolf Eye, Voymastina must run the system at full power to clearly capture the figure's image. It is a woman dressed in an elegant masculine formal suit, poised and graceful, with neatly styled short hair and movements that radiate near perfect refinement. Her gaze meets Voymastina's across the vast distance. Voymastina maintains her firing stance. Rational analysis tells her a standard pistol is meaningless at this range, yet a more primal combat instinct refuses to let her lower her guard. Across such an immense distance, every sensor in her body simultaneously enters maximum alert, a phenomenon she has never experienced before, not even when she infiltrated Avernus alone. Her combat instincts scream in a single conclusion: this person is a genuine threat. As if sensing Voymastina's wariness, the elegant woman tilts her head slightly and says something to a fully armed operative beside her. Through her wolf eye, Voymastina sees the operative salute, open a specialized case, and respectfully present it to the woman. With a flick of her wrist, the equipment is revealed in full: a tactical spear forged from a special ultra-high density alloy, its surface glinting coldly. Such weapons are typically ceremonial ornaments, not tools of actual combat. But in the next instant, the woman's movement sends every one of Voymastina's senses screaming. She grips the spear gracefully, spins it in a motion as fluid as a dance, and then something utterly unbelievable happens. Her holding the spear in one hand, she leans back and, with a flawless throwing posture, hurls it toward Voymastina over a kilometer away. The air shrieks as the spear tears through it like a silver bolt of lightning, traveling at armor-piercing round velocity across an inconceivable distance. Voymastina's system calculates hundreds of evasion patterns, but her body makes a different choice. She holsters the pistol, lowers her center of gravity, and precisely catches the spear mid-air with her right hand. The colossal impact force carves deep grooves into the ground beneath her boots, sending her skidding several meters before she stabilizes. The ground surface fractures under the force, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. This is not power a normal human could unleash, nor an impact a standard T-Dog could withstand. Voymastina looks down at the spear in her hand. Etched delicately along the shaft is a single line of text. "Looking forward to making your acquaintance, Igla." Beep.
雪狼抵达汇合点，白敖报告位置。
白敖马上赶到，完毕。
Beep. The call ends. Voymastina lifts her head and looks toward the distant buildings. A dull numbness pulses through her wrist. The impact was too much, even for the components in her arm. A A sensation she has never experienced before surges within her, a sense of inevitability, like two planets being drawn together by gravity, destined to collide in a spectacular catastrophe someday. However, the elegant woman in menswear has already vanished into the night, as if she had never been there at all. The night wind is bleak, only the heavy spear in Voymastina's hand.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
Only the heavy spear in Voymastina's hands proves that what just happened was no illusion. Oof. Explosions. A dull sound tears through the air, and a blazing fireball balloons into the night. A jeep racing down a narrow road is struck dead on by a precision-guided rocket. The shockwave throws out a ring of heat, shattering all the nearby windows.
该死！谁擅自启动了重火力？总部明确指示过城区作战限制条例，目标物品的安全级别为 A 加，任何损伤都将导致。至少能阻断他们的撤离路线。等等，扫描显示车辆内部是空的。
Just then, a string of precise gunshots cuts off the security team's transmission. Alva and Voymastina appear simultaneously from cover 3 blocks away. They are covered in white dust and scorch marks, yet their combat efficiency remains completely unaffected. Their perfectly coordinated crossfire suppresses the entire pursuit squad. The private armed security forces bearing the Gerard Group's insignia clearly did not anticipate this. Task Force DEFY has not only evaded encirclement, but has already completed a counter-maneuver, turning from prey into ambushers.
持续机动，不要停留。城区监控系统已经锁定我们的特征。再有7分钟，第3支吉拉尔的重型封锁部队就会抵达战区外围。
要执行备用计划吗？
调整为 B 计划，尽可能打乱他们部署。完成后去第2撤离点，频道保持开启。我已通报接应单位。
Without wasting a breath, Alva gives a slight nod and swiftly adjusts her comms to standard encrypted mode. She then shoulders the capsule containing the critical cargo and leaps nimbly into a gap amidst the dense architecture of Alva's green zone. Her figure melds into the neon-lit steel jungle, vanishing into the night in an instant. Voymastina remains where she is, deliberately exposing her movements to every surveillance system. She is the decoy, the core executor of the diversion. The night in the satellite cities around Alva should be lively and bustling. Colorful neon lights illuminate the commercial streets lined with buildings that blend Eastern European tradition with modern design. This place should be packed with life seekers and tourists, marking those who struggle desperately just to survive. Yet now, the streets are completely deserted, as if the entire city has been evacuated by some invisible force. Voymastina looks up directly at the armed helicopter flying toward her. The searchlight of the light tactical chopper illuminates her figure in stark clarity. On this empty battlefield, she stands like an unshakable mountain awaiting the coming storm. The helicopter's side gunner excitedly confirms the hit. The launcher, still smoking in his hands, gives proof to his precise strike.
保持高度，投放地面小队进行战场确认，注意周边环境。他的同伴可能还在附近埋伏。啊，等等，那是什么？
The thick smoke and dust from the missile explosion blanket the entire area. Combined with turbulent heat currents among buildings, infrared imaging is nearly useless. Just as the helicopter descends to deploy the confirmation team.
来，
I just came. A violent, unnatural gale erupts from the center of the smoke. A dark shadow rockets upward, breaking free of gravity's pull. The figure is still wreathed in lingering smoke, like a Valkyrie from myth taking flight.
这不可能！
A hand seemingly clad in steel clamps onto the landing skid. The immense force tilts the entire helicopter to one side, its frame emitting a dangerous metallic screech.
敌人跳上来了！
Voymastina hauls herself into the cabin and immediately delivers a precise crushing punch that sends the nearest armed operative flying out of the open hatch. The fully equipped tactical soldier is hurled hundreds of meters away, vanishing into the night like a fucking feather. The helicopter crew consists of 13 tactical elites, all specially trained to counter high-performance T-dolls, veterans of two-person coordination and of squad combat. In addition, 4 non-biometric droids are deployed inside the cabin, mechanized combat tools more efficient than humans executing orders with absolute merciless precision. Their weapons all lock onto Voymastina before the humans can even react. However, Faced with a true difference in power, even the finest training, the most flawless coordination, and the most advanced equipment are nothing more than meaningless numbers. Blades slice through the arteries and cables. At extreme proximity and speed, weapons clatter to the floor before a single shot can be fired, along with bodies that have grown limp. When the pilot turns into sound behind him, his eyes fall into the bodies turn across the camera, and the team while standing at the entrance making a silencing gesture. Voymastina gives the pilot one last look, and when she's certain he won't attempt anything dangerous, she leaps from the helicopter and continues circling a low altitude. What the fuck? She lands solidly on the rooftop of a mid-rise building. The impact fractures the concrete, yet she merely bends her knees slightly to absorb the force before straightening out once more. She has deliberately spared the pilot to prevent the helicopter from crashing out of control and causing unnecessary civilian casualties. Even though this exposes her position, DEFY has its own principles. Besides, her current mission is to draw attention to create space for Alva and the extraction team. Drones airdrop combat droids near Voymastina. And I can't even read the rest of that sentence because I'm so fucking hard right now. Hold on. But both the enemy and she herself know this is nothing more than a waste of time.
哦，有话快说。
Perfect.
我先死了，永远的消失。指令是，进步是必须的。我在听啊。
Oh, perfect. I can actually hit that guy. I didn't think that level can run this.
请保持安静。叫我吗？让我好好招待你们。
Igla's come to play. Very cool. At last we meet, AK-15. Your reputation precedes you. It is truly an honor. I hope you like this welcome gift. Please, grace me with the demonstration. Show me the power of the strongest from the previous generation. Lie.
Shade他们四个。
Amidst the wreckage, Igla surveys the site of the devastation, lifting a hand to her head and rolling her neck.
真阁下。
我不得不承认，同传说中的 AK-15进行这样的会面，是一次相当有启发性的体验，虽然结果略显遗憾。
什么？
Squad after squad of Gerard's armed security forces rapidly encircled the area, professionally raising their weapons and establishing a perimeter. In fact, these units had been observing the entire battle from a safe distance, but after witnessing a confrontation that defies comprehension, not a single person dares to intervene. If this were an ordinary firefight, some brave soldiers might have approached the battlefield. But the clash between Igla and Voymastina had already exceeded the boundaries of conventional combat power. The suffocating exchange of force compels every combatant present to wisely choose observation over interference.
请为我准备一套新的礼服，若可能的话，希望是相同款式。同时，请将战场数据的完整记录与损失评估报告，在2小时内送至我的办公室。
Igla's voice is smooth and velvety, her phrasing polite and refined, yet carrying an elegance and authority that brooks no refusal. She inclines her head slightly and offers her subordinates a proper smile, as though they were merely attendants at a salon. Perhaps it's because she fully understands the nature of her own power that she does not reprimand those who failed to provide support. Instead, she shows a hint of approval for the wise decision to keep their distance. Igla pinches the slightly damaged cuff of her sleeve, her movements focused and graceful. She extracts a pristine white handkerchief from her breast pocket and gently wipes the remaining blood from her cheek as if powdering her nose at a banquet. Her gaze drifts to the steel spike on the ground, stained with her own blood, while the flawless smile on her lips never falters.
请问，我们的客人现在身在何处？
是，报告，那2名目标人形仍在逃窜，似乎进入了地下设施，现在丢失了他们的具体位置。
原来如此。
Igla narrows her eyes.
他们的目的，看来并不是逃脱。
Although she admits the encounter had been an enjoyable diversion, she must also concede that she has no time to continue playing games with the two from DEFY.
把警备队撤回总部。
啊！
所有人都跟我回去。请问，我说的够明白吗？
是，遵命。
打得这么惊天动地，结果还是没抓到吗？
Just as Igla is about to issue orders to pursue, a female voice tinged with unmistakable mockery suddenly comes from nearby. A small figure steps slowly out of the shadows, entering the glow of the streetlights. Igla looks slightly surprised. She hadn't sensed the approach of this doll at all.
莱亚小姐，请原谅我所表达出的惊奇。 但我以为此时您会伴随在格林小姐左右，确保她的平安。
我又不是医疗人形，与其呆站在那儿，还不如做点更重要的事，才能让她安心。
更重要的是，
Igla
我不太明白，您指的是什么呢？
Igla tilts her head slightly.
比如让某个阻挠罗联机关执行任务。 并故意伤害重要官员的某个人形付出代价。
哎呀，犯下如此重大罪行的人形，我们吉拉尔集团作为城市的守护者，可势必要帮助您将其绳之以法。请您将足够的证据交给我，我一定以最大的资源，替您完成您所说的最重要的事。
不要着急。 证据总会有的。我作为非军事力量管理局的外勤人形，对这里进行调查。我想你应该不会拒绝吧？
请便。
Igla makes a polite gesture, clearly uninterested in further entanglement with Leva.
倘若您没有其他事要吩咐，我应当暂且告辞，继续安排对潜在危险分子的围捕工作了。
哦，我差点忘了。
Just as Igla turns to leave, Leva speaks up again, her mocking tone now carrying a hint of threat.
关于最开始对我们发起偷袭的那一批袭击者，他们跟这2位潜在危险分子似乎并不是同伙。关于那批人的身份，不知道你有没有头绪啊，真阁下？
感谢您的情报支持，我会做好调查工作，确保没有任何一个犯罪者。 逃脱利沃夫的法网。
Igla gives Leva one last look, then bows to excuse herself before turning away. Her silhouette, elegant as ever, quickly melts into Alva's nightscape. After confirming that Igla and her forces have withdrawn, Leva swiftly drops the mocking expression from her face. She then looks toward the direction where Voymastina and Alva have disappeared.
没想到还真的是他。忤逆，你们到底想做什么？
火力充足，这可是我为数不多的优点。
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Huh. Is this immediately unlocked? Oh, it opens in a week. Based. Okay. We got AS4 all the way to... Okay, so it's 3 battles back to back. Got it. Okay. I am Venomed Libation and Anti-Agathic both. Baller. I'm gonna grab some After spending some time on the deck of the Alma getting some fresh air, I head back toward the arms room. The dolls who had been watching the spectacle through the glass earlier had already vanished without a trace, leaving only Mei Ling in the hangar servicing the drones. She waves to me in greeting as I come in. Groza can probably tell that I'd rather be alone. After brewing me a cup of coffee, she says she's going to inspect the goods freshly delivered by the underground brokers and excuses herself. I take a sip of coffee and sit down at the command console. I take out the card I received earlier and glance at the route displayed on the console. There's still half a day before we reach Alva's satellite cities. Lately, I've been leaving the Alma again and again, and every time nothing good ever comes of it. With a sigh, I toss the card aside, clasp my hands behind my head, and look up. At some point, a flying diner gate has already come to hover above me. Holy shit.
指挥官，怎么又一副愁眉苦脸的样子呀？
你别没事吓我呀！
我还以为指挥官您刚刚和克鲁格叙完旧，现在心情一定很好呢。
你怎么得出这个结论的？
因为，你看呀。
Diner gate flies over to the card.
这可是利沃夫区域最高级的识别通行证哦。有这张卡，意味着指挥官您不管去哪里都可以畅通无阻，就算带着一身的武器和战术人形，也不会有人敢检查您。
The diner gate flies over to the card on the desk, circles it once, and starts projecting Dandelions' image.
还能有这种通行证？
需要自由通行的官员可多得很，大家可都不想被随便检查。这张卡能让我看下吗？
I raise the card. A scanning beam shines from the Diner Gate's eye and rakes over it.
这张卡片里包含了20个不记名自由权限身份，一个利沃夫内5星级酒店总统套房的预订信息，还有酒店周围几栋房屋的电子钥匙。啊，克鲁格可是对您十分了解的，已经替您把行程都安排好了。
little. Ah, that's so funny. I love it.
毕竟不带上武器和人形，指挥官可能连爱梦号都不敢下呢。啰嗦。
I wave my hand dismissively, shooing the bothersome Diner Gate aside. I peer at the card and think about what Kryuger said to me earlier. Things really aren't what they used to be. Bounty hunters can't change anything if they only ever stay in the yellow zone. If I had greater authority, maybe the dolls around me wouldn't need to risk themselves and we could handle more, bigger problems than before. But still, even with Kryuger and Canada on my side, I find the Namva administration and the URNC as a whole repulsive. Especially that man. I recall that final phone call I had before leaving Griffin, and the frustration and anger starting creeping back in immediately. Dandelion studies my expression, tilts her head, and decides to say something.
说到利沃夫，这段时间我进一步解析了之前在黄区地下研究所里调查出来的信息。指挥官，你有兴趣听吗？
哦，赶紧说吧。
在地下的那些人们被做了很多很过分的事，通过数据库比对，在之前的执法部门归档中都能找到对应的案例，这说明这种试验已经进行了很长一段时间了。当然，对我们最有价值的信息，是从当时下载下来的信息来看，之前地下受试的人员和受试过程，基本都被做了归类。而这些重要的归类信息被定期朝外发送，发送的地址都指向了几个固定的节点。节点能追溯吗？ 哎呀， 指挥官，您知道的，那种暗商信息传递服务会进行几百万次的转移和伪装，想要追溯，对一般人而言，难度可不是一般的大呢。
但是，你不是一般人吧？
那是自然，就算是罗联的网络情报机构，想要破解这种程度的信息源保护，怎么也得花上1年半载的。但是我巧妙地在处理另外一个项目时，让鹤立置换了一部分算力出来，所以只花了几天就解决了。
哎，这样做真的没关系吗？
暂时只是小问题而已。
For now。
总之，追溯完后，信息归集的节点都和一个叫乐园计划的项目有关，而那个项目直接指向的就是背后的开发方和资助者——吉拉尔集团。而吉拉尔集团的总部就在利沃夫。
哦，
利沃夫吗？按照追溯来归因，是不是可以理解为吉拉尔集团和帕拉蒂斯合作，并且承接了和海伦娜还有伯戒姆相关的试验？
我倒并不觉得吉拉尔集团能有这么大的能耐把那些事情都做了。除了吉拉尔外，还有一个叫法本集团的信息不断出现。虽然频率和吉拉尔比低了不少，但从查到的信息来看，法本的实力和吉拉尔比，可不止高了一个档次。从利沃夫现在的形势来看，吉拉尔也可能只是个套在外部的保护壳，看起来随时会被抛弃的样子。
吉拉尔只是个替死鬼吗？那非军事力量管理局主导的公审，岂不是对解决帕拉蒂斯并没有什么实质的意义？
那倒也未必，毕竟吉拉尔是主要的资金流转主体，干掉吉拉尔，相当于掐断他们一根大动脉。再说，少了个白手套，没人做执行了，帕拉蒂斯的效率会下降不少，这也未尝不是件好事。
能拔掉一个帮凶，总比什么都不改变要好。
所以，接下来，指挥官您准备怎么做
？I rest my chin on my hand and nod slightly. Maybe things really are moving in a better direction. Maybe it's also time for me to make some changes.
帮我收集一下利沃夫那边的消息，不管是关于吉拉尔集团的，还是非军事力量管理局的。接下来，我想去亲眼看一下吉拉尔集团到底会被怎么处理。
您想要回归到曾经的同伴中去吗？
倒也不是，我只是想再观察一下。帮我设计下行动路线和方案吧。我大概的思路是这样的。
I sketch out my thoughts on paper. The Dynagate flies in a circle above, overhead as Dandelion withdraws her projection.
那就按您的想法来好了。
为了以防万一，准备3套方案吧。这次没啥难度，能现在就给吗？
现在？
以你的算力，这点小事应该1秒钟就解决完了吧？
您还是一如既往的强人所难啊！
我就当你这是答应了。
Oh, you devil. I pick up the communicator. Groza picks up almost immediately. Also, don't think I don't hear that BGM in the background.
指挥官，
让404方唐和疾风小队他们和你一起来指挥室吧。我有事想和大家商量。
指挥官想要亲自进入利沃夫吗？
真是瞒不过你。
明白，我这就呼叫他们。
Soon enough, the dolls file into the ops room. The scene looks almost identical to pre-mission briefings from years ago. They're chatting about the previous missions. Once I see everyone is present, I step up to the command console and clear my throat lightly. The room immediately quiets, all eyes turn to me as I gather my thoughts and begin.
我们已经接近利沃夫外围。刚才克鲁格先生过来拜访，给了我一张高权限的通行证，所以我想进入利沃夫，完成之前格琳娜交给我的任务，以及调查和帕拉蒂斯有关的所有信息。
我们就知道，指挥官你一定想要去那里的。
大家都很担心海伦娜的情况呢。
店长他们不知道现在如何了。
长官希望我们做什么呢？
I didn't realize the mic was off. Whoops. All the dolls on an agreement. The dolls start discussing amongst themselves again, but it doesn't last long before they turn the question back to me. After Diane asks me what I want to do, I bring up the regional map on the console and a step closer to look.
我想将大家分成3组行动。1组和我一起进城，参与接下来和非军事力量管理局相关的行动。2组进城作为快速反应力量，并负责收集城中的情报。3组留守爱莫号，负责周边安全，并在紧急情况下支援1组和2组的撤离行动。行动细节单对来介绍吧。
The Diane Brigade flies above the console, drawing everyone's attention.
哎呀，这次行动简直就是旅行观光呢！爱莫号会停留绿区隔离墙的边缘，1组由指挥官负责，寇尔福和闪电负责担任贴身护卫。行进路线由洲际列车进入利沃夫城区，从这里转到这里。换乘的卫星城不算多，理论上有通行证应该会畅通5组。 好。2组需要准备载具，将武器和设备带进城内，设置安全屋，并负责监视1组附近的情况。2组我看就由可鲁凯负责，由4041队和季风小队一起行动。指挥官会下榻到这个酒店，这是酒店附近的几个安全屋备选点，2组需要把那里都踩一遍点。对于利沃夫，我们并不熟悉。 关于当地的道路、布局、社会情况的信息，也要尽可能收集，以便指挥官决策。另外，紧急撤离的方案也由2组筹备。虽然我们预计不会发生最差的情况，不过有准备总比没有强。这点小事对404而言，只是小菜一碟。
我们这边会配合好可鲁凯队长的，有什么需要和人类沟通的事，也都可以交给我们。
3组需要保持直升机随时可以起飞，还有爱莫号的那些客人们也需要照顾。方唐的2位，请你们随时待命。闪电小队剩下的几位也请支援好他们。
我们会安排好爱莫号上的一切的。
哼，不用你说，我们也会保护好爱莫号的。
地图、路线还有别的细节信息，我已经传送给大家了。有什么不明白的，可以随时问我。
Everyone nods in unison. The dolls assigned to different tasks begin refining their plans into neural clouds, while teams that need to cooperate start, coordinating.
这次行动的目标分为几个：首先，确保海伦娜的交送成功，并确保她的安全。如果她不够安全的话，在有必要的情况下，她的安全由我们来确保。 其次，监控吉拉尔集团的情况，配合非军事力量管理局对于吉拉尔集团采取的遏制行动。最重要的是，尽可能收集和帕拉蒂斯有关的情报，挖出海伦娜和伯剑姆誓言有关的背后链条。半天后，爱慕号会抵达利沃夫周边位置，大家开始去做准备吧。
With all the tasks assigned, the dolls head off to make their respective preparations. Kryuger does not leave right away. When most of the dolls have already gone, she walks over to my side and begins to speak.
进城护卫的人选，我觉得我。
Kryuger stops mid-sentence and glances toward Groza. Groza is currently focused intently on the map displayed on the command console.
我觉得指挥官，你需要和闪电队长沟通一下。
谢谢你的提醒。
Kryuger nods and leaves the ops room as well. I walk over to Groza. She lifts her head and looks at me.
刚才怎么了？你好像对安排有所犹豫。
也没有，只是我不太擅长和人类打交道，进入城市后优势没法发挥，而且现在爱默号上有战斗能力更强的人形在，指挥官的护卫也许有更好的人选。
I scratch my head. Rosa never shows it outright, but it's obvious she's still upset about what I said back then. My bad. She doesn't look any different than usual, but with her eyes fixed directly on me, I find myself weighing my words with extra care.
那个，进入利沃夫后，我需要能和我默契配合的搭档。没有比你更合适的人选了。而且，这次和上次不一样。上一次因为爱默号和404小队都需要你，没有队长你在的话，之前的任务一个都无法完成。这次我们的人手已经扩充了很多，人员没有以前那么捉襟见肘。这样的话，你和我一起行动是最好的选择。
Greta looks away and turns her gaze back to the command console. I feel a quiet sense of relief, like I've just been let off the hook.
指挥官，你想清楚了吗？
I nod.
我不能坐视不管。
我明白了。我看得出来，指挥官你已经下定决心了。
Rose looks again and offers me a sincere smile.
那就按照指挥官你的想法来吧。
Rose looks at the window. I follow her gaze and stare into the distance. As Yama advances, the road stretches. As Yama advances, the road stretches endlessly ahead. Perhaps it's time to take a brand new step forward. Alright, 1 second.
遇到麻烦了，一起好好死。
Alright, we're back. Just had to finish some snacks and check out some inventory. I didn't realize they would be like a massive rerun so fast. That's crazy. Alva and Helena are back again? That was like only a couple months ago. And I kind of need this weapon. I might actually try to get this one rather than... I'll need to check it out. Anyway. Alright, back to the event. Oh, I did not mean to press that. Okay. I'm gonna get back out of that real quick. Okay. Alright. Back to the story. What lies behind the door? Rebirth or deeper damnation? In this infinite loop, only by destroying yourself can you be reborn. In the primordial chaos, what we seek is the soul raid of light. Alright. Let's go. Interesting. I had assumed that 15 and 94 were down here, but let's keep it simple for now.
Oh，有话快说。恶心死了！给我永远的消失！进步是必须的。 休想逃掉！哼！我会结束这一切。
我在听啊，请保持安静。
You tried it.
哼，像以前一样，好好感谢我吧。
There we go. Splish, splash. Hurried footsteps kick up rhythmic splashes that echo through the vast underground passage system. In these narrow yet intricate tunnels, sound carries a long way, yet its true source is difficult to pinpoint. Alva's underground maintenance system is nothing like the unconventional impression that people tend to have of such places. Within this complex subterranean network, there is almost no odor at all. Clear water flows through the channels, having underground multiple stages of purification. Every junction and ventilation shaft is precisely engineered to ensure the system's efficient operation. All of this is thanks to the fully automated maintenance works deployed by the Gerard Group. The entire system requires virtually no routine human upkeep. Even scheduled inspections only call for a small number of professionally trained dolls to carry out standard maintenance protocols. Since the establishment of Alva's satellite cities, this underground system has never suffered a security breach or operational failure, and today is clearly not a scheduled inspection day.
暂时甩掉他们了，但是情况还是不太乐观。
请详述。
Alva checks the status of her weapon. She removes the magazine, smoothly racks the charging handle, and a round pops out of the chamber. She catches it in her bare hand. She presses the round back into the magazine, then takes out another pack of ammo and loads it one round at a time. Once the magazine is full, she seats it back into the weapon and chambers it.
在你与那个人形交战期间，我已经将撤离路线都检查了一遍。通往第2撤离点的所有路线都已被封锁。吉拉尔集团部署了相当多的武装机械，和他们缠斗会影响我们任务的进程。再加上那个人形。
Alva hesitates, uncharacteristically unsure how to describe what she just witnessed. She saw the entire exchange with her own eyes. Voymastina, Irwin, AK-15. The strongest doll in the Neo-Soviet Union, perhaps the strongest doll in the world. In a one-on-one frontal engagement, she gained no advantage at all and was even suppressed at one point. This wasn't the first time. Long ago, Voymastina lost once before. Just once. And that single defeat had a deep and lasting impact. Alva has partnered with Voymastina for 10 years now, longer than even her time with her previous Snow Wolf. And yet, at this moment, she doesn't know how to begin. She doesn't know what Voymastina would think.
目标人形的素体性能确实超越了我。以现有条件，与它正面冲突，我没有绝对的把握。
Voymastina's voice is calm and devoid of emotion, as if she's merely stating an objective fact.
我本以为你会需要一些时间来调整。
我们正在执行任务，没有多余的时间用于情绪处理。况且，我并不感到沮丧。
当初输给你的时候，我沮丧了好几年。
素体的进步是一个不可逆转的过程。枭的设计，即使在10年后仍能让我保持如此状态，这已经足够了。
Voymastina pauses, then continues in even the same tone.
没有最强的素体，我依然是 AK-15，我依然是忤逆。
Alva shakes her head with a faint smile.
没想到反而是我被你安慰了，真是丢脸。
Alva looks up at Voymastina's calm face and quickly regains her usual composure.
我收到了凯文和他发来的消息，那个人形叫真，是吉拉尔集团所属的3代人形。据说他在财团内部拥有着最强的3代人形的名号。
这不会改变我们的行动。计划实施的可能性还存在吗？
携带O43的情况下，风险过于不稳定，所以我想对计划做一些微调。
Alva sends her revised plan to Voymastina, who frowns slightly as she reads it.
虽然下水道系统的确是那个人形最初没有注意到的盲点区域，但以他所表现出的指挥能力，综合调整之后，将这里包围并缩小包围圈，也只是时限的问题。
但我们成功脱离了直接接触，你的决策是正确的。
暂时的，地下通道系统再复杂，也是有限空间，存在可预测的进出口。所以我决定，放弃让凯文借用O43并带他撤离的计划。现在利沃夫的警戒等级本来就很高，而他还是活着对大家比较好。
带着O43实施你的计划过于冒险，我们的任务应该被最优先完成。我觉得，箱子可以交给非军事力量管理局处理。
我原本不想说这些，但我特意让他调查了和O43有关的情报，得出的结果是，吉拉尔集团的总裁奥列克·吉拉尔早就与非军事力量管理局达成了合作，不然很难解释，为什么非军事力量管理局要特意将乐园计划的一环，将称之为危险物也不为过的O43送到利沃夫，送到吉拉尔的眼皮底下。
他们也介入其中？
不。我想至少不会到那地步。我相信他们的良知，但非军事力量管理局与吉拉尔达成了共识也是事实。他们属于非军事力量管理局，但却不能代表非军事力量管理局。
非军事力量管理局并没有任何理由包庇吉拉尔集团。
的确，这只是一种可能性，而我判断更大的可能性为，所谓的合作，是吉拉尔集团为了防止自己当替死鬼，而向非军事力量管理局投诚，但是出于安全考虑， 在没有情报证实的情况下，我们不能轻易信任作为组织的非军事力量管理区。这也是他的看法。
我认为需要他给出判断。你的计划过于冒险，至少应该让他提供情报支持。
我不想打扰他，不仅是出于安全考虑，同时也是因为现在正是关键时期，他或许只差一点就能摸出财团和帕拉蒂斯的底细。我们不能拖后腿。
She lets it aside.
但现在的确也没有更好的办法，让他提供那个人的精确位置。一个坐标需要的时间也许微乎其微。到现在这种情况，只有以对方想不到的方式直插要害，才是胜算最大的方式。
同意。
Alva takes out the cube-like communicator once more. Voymastina watches her quietly, then she suddenly pipes up.
只要转对了位置，魔方就会开口说话吗？
当然不会，这是基于16进制算法逻辑加密，再用物理连接式通路来增加隔绝保密性的设计。
Alva looks up.
等一下，你刚才是在开玩笑？薇玛西娜，你难道是担心我？如果他知道你学会了这个，一定会感到欣慰的。
She closes her eyes. Ah! I'm dying, bro.
他会嘲笑我。
Well, I'm laughing. That shit was funny as fuck. What the fuck? Voymastina falls silent again, looking decidedly sullen. Alva gently shakes her head, her lips curled up in a small smile, then redirects her attention to the cube. Ah! Cute. She flexes her fingers. Microdata ports extend from her fingertips and connect precisely to the terminal's secure interface. With another flex of her fingers, hair-thin auxiliary digits emerge and insert themselves into the cube as if they had a mind of their own. Data flow through the auxiliary digits and interface with Alva's neural cloud. Voymastina watches silently, periodically scanning both sides of the tunnel with her Wi-Fi. The cube gradually lights up. The link on the other end has successfully been established. Voymastina casts a questioning glance at Alva, but remains silent. After several seconds of processing, Alva finally speaks.
我需要一杯伏特加。
Rubik says, Voymastina frowns. She suppresses the urge to question Alva about what's going on while looking back and forth between the communicator and Alva's tightly knit brows. After a long silence, Voymastina finally decides to ask. But at that very moment, the light in Alva's eyes abruptly goes dark and the auxiliary digits extending from her fingers retract at once. Oh shit. The cube drops to the ground, producing a crisp muted blast as its built-in emergency self-destruct protocol wipes everything.
讯号被拦截并追踪了。
Before Voymastina can ask, Alva has already delivered a concise status report. Her expression turns grim. After only a brief pause, she rises swiftly and starts moving in a certain direction.
目标坐标的信息已获取，不过我们的位置也已经暴露。继续向内部通道推进。
好。
Voymastina replies tersely with no superfluous words. She quickly grabs 043's container and adjusts its position for optimal ease of carrying. Inside a highly integrated tactical command room, rows of display screens cast a blue glow over the faces of technicians at work. The hum of data analysis systems and communications monitoring equipment weaves together into a distinct tension in the battlefield.
报告，目标通讯信号追踪中断，持续时间1.24秒。
1.24秒，相当敏捷的反应速度。 令人印象深刻。
Igla stands elegantly before the main control console. Her brand new uniform is immaculate, with not a wrinkle in sight, with her movements unhurried, as if she is enjoying a refined performance.
长官，初步信号分析显示，与人形连接的信号源似乎位于集团内部网络范围内。
这确实是个合乎逻辑的推论。当然是集团内部。
你已经知道了？
考虑一下刚才的围捕行动，我们已经做出了最为完善的布置与计划，甚至动用了一些不便于公开泄露的特殊技术。但在这样的前提下，我们的行动依然出现了差错。请问，关于其中缘由，可有恰当的解释？
的确。 按理说，计划和部署如此完备，应该是没有破绽的才对。
计划的确从未对外公开，但是在集团内部，少量的一部分特殊人员之中，却有掌握。出于测试的需求，是存在程度不一的、知情可能的对象。这种情况下。 最为简单的推论是什么？
内部信息泄露，
一个相当准确的表述。
Igla turns gracefully and returns to her command position. She folds her hands atop the desk, her posture composed and dignified. Her gaze settles on the sewer topographical map continuously updating on the display and on the search perimeter that is steadily shrinking. Her expression is calm as still water, yet deep within her eyes flickers a light, much like Alva's when she enters an analytical mode. A traitor, or a long-embedded spy. How long have they been lurking? How much critical intelligence have they obtained? And how much has already been passed on? Igla's gaze remains serene and courteous, but anyone who knows her can sense the restrained anger beneath that elegant facade.
虽然也许这是个没必要问的问题，但还是让我多此一举一下。那个内部的信号源可以追踪吗？
不行，中断的速度太快了，我们根本来不及追溯。
说的也是。
Igla gives the security officer a polite nod and steps out of the command room. She takes out an exquisite-looking communicator, frowns slightly, and presses the call button.
终于等到了甄大人你的联系啊！怎么样，搞砸了吗？
你想要的东西被夺走了，我们正在追踪。
果然和我预言的一模一样嘛！你看你之前还不肯信我，啊，早知道之前读点什么东西就好了呢。
Igla's frown deepens. She reins in her emotions and continues speaking into the communicator.
我已经发现了那个箱子的位置，和你预判的一样。来抢夺的人形的确是他们。忤逆。
哎呀，那两个人形可是一点都不好对付啊！就算你是最强的3代人形，也千万不要轻敌哦。
您说笑了，我会以万全的准备来应对他们的。 我只是在想，他们带走的那个箱子，您能通过它来持续将那2位人形定位吗？
箱子在哪儿？怎么地？哦，等一下，刚才你是不是说了你发现箱子的位置了？
的确如此。他们对外通讯时被我们截获了。现在能确定一个大致的坐标。他们所在的下水道，吉拉尔集团应该都装有信号增幅装置。你应该可以利用其强行连接那个箱子。
的确如此。稍等，我马上就下手。啊，找到了，连接成功，我将位置发送过来了。另外，嘿嘿，再给他们整一些小麻烦吧。
小麻烦？
虽然他们是强大的战术人形，但面对这种场面，一定会无所适从吧？嘿嘿嘿，想想就觉得很有趣。总之，这会拖累他们行动的速度。求你这位强大的人形，赶紧去逮住他们吧。
Even she looks like she's had something on her mind, which is interesting to say the least. Very interesting. Also, this map sucks.
轻轻松松。
那就来吧。
怕了吗？
One unit doesn't. You underestimate Kryuger here. I got it. Coming. I can imagine this would be really easy to do on heroic mode. I might give this event a shake after. Does hit anything? No. Come on.
这里树还来得及，
正常水平罢了。
有话快说。
Will do. I'll do this later, properly.
像以前一样，好好感谢我吧。
Ouroboros. Huh. Okay. The dull sound of dripping water echoes through the empty sewer passageways. The metal walls, once refined by meticulous engineering, are now marred with scorched black marks left by ammo, clearly recording the firefight that took place not long ago. The air, once heavy with disinfectant, now carries a faint scent of gunpowder, a reminder of what had just unfolded here. Alva and Voymastina sit with their backs against the wall. Their combat suits are already soaked through, punctured by several fresh bullet holes. A silver-gray pod lies quietly nearby. Despite the fierce battle, its surface bears not a single scratch. Lovely. Voymastina remains silent as she methodically checks her weapon. The metal rustles and clatters occasionally while she works on the parts. Alva fiddles with a slightly singed lock of hair between her fingers, thinking through their next move. Even as the enemy closes in again and again, she maintains her composure, as if all of this has already been accounted for in her calculations. The silence continues until Voymastina finishes checking her weapon. She looks up at her partner, her tone calm yet resolute.
销毁。
什么？
Alva freezes for a moment, clearly not understanding what her partner has abruptly uttered.
按照你的计划，我们并没有十足的把握能守住这个箱子。箱子降低了我们的行动速度，拖累我们执行计划的效率。而如果被杰拉尔集团夺回去，所带来的风险不可估量。
Voymastina glances toward the pod lying not far away.
那么销毁它，我们能增加行动效率，加快计划执行速度，同时也断绝帕拉蒂斯使用它 完成乐园计划的可能，这是最合理的选择。
Voymastina puts forth her argument grimly. She seems to have anticipated Alva's reluctance, but she speaks her mind anyway.
不行。
Just as Voymastina expected, Alva rejects her proposal outright. It has always been this way. Sometimes Alva accepts Voymastina's suggestions, sometimes she does not. 10 years have passed, Alva is no longer the doll she once was, and now not even she can easily sway Alva's decisions.
维玛西娜，
Alva gazes at Voy somberly. In the past, she could never read Voymastina's thoughts. Standing before her, Alva would feel nothing but unease, as if facing a slab of cold steel. But in time, she finally understands why she always calls Voymastina an open book. Her emotions are simple and straightforward.
我知道你的考虑，但这不是我们的做事方式，而且，乐园计划的具体内容仍然是为之变量。O43作为其核心组成部分，其具体功能和作用尚不明确，即使是它的情报网络，也无法提供完整资料。贸然销毁，可能导致无法预期的连锁反应。
销毁的风险，我认为低于这次行动失败和杰拉尔重新获取它的风险。
Alva remains patient.
不论它作为O43有什么功能，在什么计划中承担了什么样的角色，它本身都只是个不谙世事的小女孩。不管帕拉蒂斯和吉拉尔要利用她做什么，她本身都是无辜的。你还记得我们和安娜是怎么认识的吗？
我正式归队的那次任务，潜艇基地。她是帕拉蒂斯实验产物中的失败品。
我们和安杰找到了她，还有她的其他妹妹。安杰的选择是救下他们，这是她的选择，也是忤逆的选择。
This callback is so appreciated.
我们不能对无辜的孩子下手。维玛西娜，这有悖我们做这一切的初衷。
如果你认为救人优先，我们可以放弃这次任务，然后让凯文建议我们撤离。
我们没有下一次机会了，
所以结论很容易就能推导出来。我们有必须要完成的任务，现有的能力不足以守住这个箱子。如果让帕拉蒂斯重新得到了它，那他所受的折磨会远大于现在。销毁是一种仁慈。
销毁，销毁。
What? I did not expect that. The debate is suddenly interrupted by a clear, childish voice coming from right between the two of them. Both of them startle at the same time, instinctively jumping to their feet in a combat stance as they turn toward the source of the voice. The silver-gray pod that had been sitting quietly nearby was somehow opened. A doll-like little girl steps out. Behind her, the pod itself splits into countless tiny components, which then regroup into 3 spherical clusters. Drawn together by a force that appears to be magnetism, they form 3 metallic orbs that float at the girl's side. The small figure peeks out from behind the metal spheres, waving her tiny fist as she shouts excitedly. Alva recognizes her. This is Helena, the immune individual designated 043 mentioned in the files. Her expression is innocent and blight, clearly unaware of what those words mean to Alva, Voymastina, or even to herself.
怎么会？
这个字好酷！指挥官，销毁是什么意思啊？指挥官，这里是哪里？啊，你们是谁？
Looking around, everything she sees is vastly different from what she last remembered, and a surge of fear threatens to overwhelm her. When she notices the 2 T-dolls watching her, Helena quickly retreats several steps. The 3 metal orbs immediately reconfigure into a simple barrier, partially shielding her body and leaving only a pair of wary eyes exposed.
发生了什么？
舱体应当需要特殊的序列才能开启，或者被远程强行开启。
我们的境地已经非常危险了，对方可以清晰地连接到它。 我认为，风险甚为极高。
我的判断是，风险可控。我们需要继续保护它。
Helena stays on guard behind the metal barrier, her gaze darting back and forth between the two as if assessing the threat. The 3 metal orbs vibrate faintly, ready to react defensively or offensively at any moment. As Voymastina's wolf eye attempts to scan Helena and the spheres beside her, the system display is flooded with error messages of failed analysis. She pays a little mind. This has not been a rare occurrence in the past 10 years. She takes one small step forward intending to investigate further, but the movement immediately triggers Helena's alarm. Helena's voice is filled with fear, yet edged with threat. The 3 metal orbs instantly shift into a more aggressive formation. A flood of warning alerts erupts in Wolfeye, and Voymastina is uncharacteristically frozen in place.
维玛西娜，请保持静止。他似乎对我们，尤其是对你的动作非常敏感。
Voymastina halts, looking at the clearly overstressed little girl with some bemusement.
海伦娜。
Alva speaks up, deliberately softening her tone in an attempt to lower Helena's guard.
我们不会伤害你，我们实际上是在保护你。
The metal orbs shake more violently, reflecting her emotional instability.
我们的确带你离开了原来的地方，但那是为了保护你。
Alva's brow furrows slightly as she comes to a sudden realization.
对了，指挥官，是指挥官拜托我们照顾你的。
指挥官。
Helena's attitude softens a little bit. The glow of energy within the 3 metal orbs dims, though she remains highly alert.
你们骗人的！指挥官在哪里？
指挥官之后会来接你的。现在有着重要的任务，需要指挥官去处理，所以不要担心，好吗？
真的吗？
是的，到时你就能回爱慕号上了。 我和这位都是以前受过指挥官指挥的人形，请务必相信我们。
人形吗？人形，大概好。
Helena lowers the hands she had been holding up in front of herself. The metal orbs descend as well, no longer looking ready to fire.
之前的事，你还记得吗？一个像矿洞一样的地方。 一个地下的仪式场，在里面发生过什么？
Helena tilts her head, clearly not understanding what Alva means. Alva thinks for a moment, then decides to try a different angle.
海伦娜，你知道什么是乐园计划吗？
Helena's body stiffens at the mere mention of Project Eden. The metal orbs floating around her abruptly freeze in place. Alva clearly sees pure terror flash across Helena's eyes. The little girl clenches her. The little girl clenches her fists. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably, faint whimpers of fear escaping her. Voymastina registers Helena's fear, but she lacks experience in dealing with such emotional outbursts. She maintains her guard while turning her head slightly toward Alva.
没关系，海伦娜。我向你保证，我们不会让任何人把你带回那个地方。
Alva gently comforts the frightened girl with far more practice. She cautiously extends her hand and takes hold of Helena's. Though it's only biomimetic, her physical warmth is clearly transmitted to Helena's palm.
我保证。
真的？
当然是真的。要不要拉勾勾？
拉勾勾？
就是这样。拉勾之后，就一定会信守承诺。
Alva hooks her little finger around Helena's.
你很害怕那个叫乐园计划的东西吗？
Helena, whose emotions have just begun to settle, visibly tenses up again when Alva brings up Project Eden once more. She shakes off Alva's hand and stumbles backwards several steps.
计划坏。
海伦娜。
Instead of chasing after her, Alva stays crouched where she is and continues to speak softly and patiently.
我们也认为那是个糟糕的东西，所以我们要去阻止它。但如果连它是什么都不知道，就没办法去做。如果你知道什么的话，能请你告诉我们吗？拜托了。
奇怪的女人要开门。
开门？哪里的门？
Just as Alva is about to press further, in an instant, a thunderous explosion erupts from deep within the passage, shattering the suffocating silence and cutting off Alva's thoughts. The shockwave, carrying rubble and debris, spreads rapidly through the tunnel, causing visible structural damage. Multiple walls are blown through, forming irregular holes as stones and dust rain down in thick clouds. Helena lets out a terrified scream. The 3 metal orbs emit erratic, high-frequency vibrations, clearly entering an emergency defense mode. Voymastina turns around to the source of the explosion, instantly entering full alert. DEFY activates wide-spectrum scanning, attempting to assess the threat level of the approaching enemy.
搜索部队已经踩到了我们的陷阱，撤。
They're following us really closely. Looks like our movements were revealed after all. Withdrawal point has been marked. Got it. Be careful. I'll protect the objective. Got it. All right, we need high movement dolls.
交给我吧。
等待指令。
效果满分。
怕了吗？
猎物就在附近。
Let's go.
火在这里。
It's fine. I'll move forward when time beckons.
贯穿。
我超强的。我来开路。是玩笑的事。我来开路。哒哒哒。
正常水平罢了。
I need quick out of go craft.
交给我吧。
Oh. All right. Let's move her in.
是玩笑的声音哦。白香，
嘘，小声些。
交给我吧，
相信我的准度。嘘，小声些。终结之时，
我超强的。
正常水平罢了。
认输还来得及。
正常水平罢了。
感觉不错。
正常水平罢了。
嘘，小声些。
我超强的。
I wish I should have left an enemy for John, but fuck it. All right. In a narrow passage, the sound of flowing water is completely drowned out by movement. In its place are 3 distinct sets of footsteps, along with the breathing rhythms of distorted by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks. Where the metal structural layers penetrated, the reinforced concrete underneath becomes exposed. Craters and burn marks from thermal weapons form an irregular pattern. Spent casings and debris of walls litter the ground in a chaotic disarray. A few emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the exhausted figures of Alva and Voymastina. Helena keeps a safe distance from Voymastina. The metal orbs hover around her, forming a mobile defense barrier. However, she now at least allows Voymastina to move within a 3-meter radius without triggering a defensive response. Her body language still shows caution, but the hostility in her eyes is lessened. Voymastina suddenly halts and turns back the way they came, Wolf-Eye activating its remote acoustic analysis module. The advance of the pursuing forces is precisely captured and analyzed, indicating they are closing in step by step in tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds are coming from other tunnels as well. Oopsie daisy. At the same time, regular sounds are coming in from other tunnels as well. The enemy has likely pinpointed the location and formed an encirclement. Voymastina casually peels off the severed limb of a combat automaton still clinging to her, and then touches the broken military knife at her waist, with only the hilt remaining. With her current combat parameters, breaking through the outer blockade is theoretically possible. However, if the 3rd-gen doll known as Igla arrives on the scene and engages them with direct confrontation, Voymastina will not be able to cover Alva and protect Helena.
维玛西娜，怎么了？
Alva notices her partner has stopped. Standing a few steps ahead, she turns back with a questioning look.
真来了，我来断后。
Voymasina's voice is low and resolute.
来了吗？
Alva considers.
你带着海伦娜摆脱包围。
Alva considers this briefly. You take Helena and break through the encirclement.
不，等我打败他后，再继续你的计划。
Voymastina stubbornly stands her ground, not accepting Alva's decision as readily as she usually does. Alva doesn't argue right away. She falls silent for a few seconds, a complex light flickering through her eyes. Her expression sharpens with unusual focus as she turns her head, clearly thinking something through.
你的评估是正确的，维玛西娜，我认同这一判断，但我需要修正一个关键参数。
关键参数，
的确需要有人打败那个3代人形，但执行者将是我，而非你。
Voymastina's eyes widen in extreme confusion and dissent. This decision completely overturns their decade-long division of roles and operational patterns, exceeding every tactical plan she has preloaded. Voymastina finds herself paralyzed. She wants to voice further objections, but her available vocabulary fails to provide an appropriate way to express them.
参数不合理，我才是战斗型单位。
正是如此，你是最能保护好海伦娜的人选，以及我等着你来做最后的破局。研究室的位置就在这里的正上方，等我的消息。
Alva's eyes flash with resolve and unquestionable confidence. Voymastina understands that, at this moment, she has no choice but to trust and obey.
好吧。
Alva nods to Voymastina, then walks over to Helena and gently strokes her hair to calm her. She points at Voymastina and speaks as softly as she can.
这位大姐姐虽然看起来不好，但其实她是非常温柔的人形。她会带着你去找指挥官，你一定要牢牢地跟紧她，好吗？
好吧。
Helena is still highly wary of Voymastina, but sensing the urgency of the situation, she carefully trots along behind her. Voymastina leads Helena off in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she turns back and says to Alva,
乌云长龙。
Alva checks her chamber, then plants herself firmly in the very center of the passage, waiting for the arrival of the strongest doll.
Oh.
The sharp clicks of high heels striking concrete echo throughout the hall passageway. Surrounded by a cluster of combat automatons, the doll approaches from the distance with an unhurried grace. Igla's steps are calm and rhythmic, her arms folded neatly before her chest. A finely designed tactical rapier hangs at her waist, and the air of elegance utterly out of place in this environment radiates from her. When she spots Alva standing alone in the center of the passageway from afar, a flicker of surprise crosses her face.
多么令人意外的安排！
When she reaches a distance about 15 steps from Alva, she comes to a stop, her posture straight and composed as if greeting a guest. Behind her, the combat automatons immediately spread into a tactical standard formation, weapons trained on Alva ready to fire at a moment's notice. Igla raises one hand, casually halting them.
我猜测，你们经过深思熟虑的战斗决策，是最终选择由你来执行断后任务。
Alva remains silent, offering no response to the seemingly offhand question. Just as she's anticipated, the third-gen doll before her possesses not only an exceptional combat ability, but also sharp analytical and observational skills.
我理解这种无言的战术选择。虽然你缺乏前线作战的能力，但显然具备为团队牺牲的崇高品质。这种精神，着实令人钦佩。
Igla gives a light, polite applause. Alva still says nothing. In this situation, every second of delay is precious time bought from Voymastina's retreat. Since the other party is willing to spend time on this exchange, Alva is more than happy to oblige.
考虑到您的这份勇气，请允许我提供一个小小的礼遇。我愿意在此等候1分钟的时间，不进行任何追击行动。
1分钟，
作为对您高尚行为的敬意。坦诚地说，倘若不是我不得不尽快回收被2位夺取的货物，我所展示的敬意将远不止于此。
哼。
So, beneath that elegant exterior lies such arrogance. Alva studies the skull's exquisite face as her index finger lightly brushes the trigger on the weapon twice.
这也是一个难得的机会，不是吗？毕竟，能够与传说中的忤逆小队成员面对面交流，对我而言，也是一种荣幸。我曾有幸研读过你们的部分战术记录，虽然由于你们卓越的隐匿能力，这些资料相当有限。 但足以让我对忤逆小队产生由衷的敬意。作为2代人形 ，AK-15的性能确实令人印象深刻。还有 AK-12，你们的指挥核心，以及如果我没记错的话，还有一位真正贯彻了忤逆这一词汇的人形。即使在最新一代战术人形中，能与他们比肩的。 也屈指可数，请原谅我的失礼。您是？
我是艾弗。
啊，是的，当然。埃弗 ，AN-94，AK-12的战术辅助单位。请原谅我的疏忽。只有像我这样对忤逆小队怀有特殊关注的人，才会对每一位成员都有所了解。 卓越是一种令人尊敬的品质，而忤逆小队无疑是其中的典范。不过，恕我直言，我一直好奇，像您这样的人形，是如何在这样一个以卓越著称的精英团队中找到自己的位置的。
看来你对我们确实有相当深入的了解。
Alva purses her lips briefly.
您的肯定是我的荣幸。
Igla inclines her head graciously in response.
卓越的人形总能获得我真诚的尊重与关注，他们值得这样的认可。而忤逆小队的声誉，也确实让人难以忽视。
我们确实已经出名了，在10年前，在法兰克福的事之后。 这也是我们放弃之前的代号、假名和其他身份的原因。我们当时的隐蔽，全都已经没有了意义。而我，你说的对，我是这个队伍里最弱的人。
您的坦诚令人欣赏。既然如此，我不禁要问： 为何您没有选择撤退？我们已经给予了您充分的缓冲时间。从纯粹的战术角度考虑，您大可以选择逃离。我对您个人并无特别的兴趣，我真正期待的是与 AK-15的交流，或者您认为自己拥有与我相称的品格。
我想试试。
A faint, unfathomable smile appears at the corner of Alva's lips. Her tone carries a subtle confidence.
而且，从我的评估来看，你的品格好像和我们队伍的其他人不太相称。也许只有我这个在忤逆中最弱的人形，才愿意勉强和你做次交流吧。
Igla retains her flawless smile, but a chill flickers deep within her eyes. Her expression shows no obvious change, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. Igla adjusts her stance and lightly smooths out her sleeve.
您的自信令人印象深刻。看来您对自己的能力有着相当独特的评估。那么，请允许我亲自验证一下这种自信的基础。
She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway. She finally unfolds her arms. With her left hand, she draws the finely crafted tactical rapier from her waist, and with her right, produces a beautifully made pistol of silver and gold. Igla's subordinates also raise their weapons and take aim at Alva.
请稍等。
But Igla once again lifts a hand to help them, her gaze never leaving Alva.
我想独自享受。
都说了，我可是能以一敌百的精英人形啊！嘿嘿。
The Wolf Queen. She is no longer a puppet. Alright, the last node. The fifth element. The quintessence that makes up everything within the palm of your hand. The dull sound of dripping water echoes rhythmically through an empty passageway. This sewer branch lies far enough from the previous main battlefield that it is temporarily free from direct pursuit, forming a short-lived buffer zone. A few damaged emergency lights flicker at regular intervals, providing only minimal visibility. Voymastina settles Helena into a concealed spot at a bend in the passageway. She herself stands against the wall, scanning the surroundings while initiating a rapid system self-diagnostic. Helena's metal spheres hover around her in a defensive formation, her wary gaze tracking every movement Voymastina makes. She keeps the maximum safe distance from Voymastina. With Alva absent, her tension and vigilance are clearly heightened. Voymastina looks at Helena, her expression inscrutable. She lets out a soft sigh and drives a fist into the wall. The dull impact reverberates through the passageway. The metal structure dents visibly at once, the concrete layer beneath fractures, and a cloud of dust erupts from the point of impact. Startled, Helena immediately snaps her 3 metal spheres together into a shield. Her body tenses, fear and defensiveness filling her eyes, ready to respond to any perceived threat. She looks ready to open fire if Voymastina makes even one strange move. Voymastina notices Helena's reaction. Her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Her system contains no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. She has never been good at this, and it has never been her responsibility. She looks at Helena, her neural cloud in disarray. Without Alva's guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. Voymastina exhales slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Although she understands Alva's plan, the plan itself carries an extremely high risk of failure. If there only were the 2 of them, even with that risk, it would still be manageable. But now there is this being in front of them right now. She must consider that even the slightest misstep during the operation could result in 043 inevitably falling back into the hands of our group and Paradius. To the current Task Force DEFY, she is unquestionably trouble as well as burden. Voymastina's assessment has not changed. Directly destroying 043 is still the most efficient and most thorough solution. Her gaze slowly shifts to Helena. If she destroys her on the spot, Gerard and Paradius Project Eden permanently loses key component. No matter what role 043 plays in that project, they will be forced to seek other alternatives. And judging by the urgency and intensity of the encirclement and pursuit, 043's role is clearly not something easily replaceable. Discarding this burden will allow her to get better leverage her own capabilities to assist Alva in completing the operation. She could even turn back and help Alva deal with Igla directly, completing the operation as originally intended. From every angle, this is the most rational decision. All she has to do is eliminate her right here. Helena remains on guard, but the defensive formation of the metal spheres loosens slightly. Alongside fear, a trace of cautious observation appears on her face. She is highly sensitive to changes in emotion and atmosphere.
你不会想对我做什么吧?
This simple question is like a key unlocking something sealed deep within Voymastina's neural cloud. She closes her eyes.
我可是有很厉害的球的。
Helena spreads the metal spheres protectively in front of herself with bravado.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
She speaks with an accent. Voymastina's answer is short and direct.
我已经答应他了，所以我会保护好你的。
At the same time, the tension in her frame subtly eases.
那个人回来吗？
Helena is clearly referring to Alva, though wary of both of them. Alva's more kindly demeanor seems to have formed the foundation of trust between them.
他会回来。
Voymastina's reply contains no hesitation, as though stating an established fact rather than a hope or guess. She slowly lowers her hand, resolve setting in. She is a member of Task Force DEFY. She will always fulfill her promises. Voymastina's Wolf-Eye performs a full-spectrum scan. Once she's confirmed that the surroundings are temporarily safe, she retrieves a small device from her tactical pack and starts fiddling with it.
那是什么?
Helena's question still carries caution, but now also a hint of curiosity. The metal spheres remain in a defensive state, though no longer as poised to attack.
通讯装置。
Voymastina answers curtly as she continues to tune the device.
通讯不像干扰器。
Voymastina glances at Helena, mildly surprised that she knows such a technical term.
这个不一样。
不一样。
是的。
Voymastina answers each of the girls' questions, but unlike Alva's patient way of doing it, it's an air of indifference toward both the conversation and her interlocutor, responding almost robotically. Even so, for her, this is already remarkable progress. To Helena, Voymastina's blunt manner of speech is unexpectedly reassuring. The two of them continue to talk in short, fragmented exchanges.
你们破坏乐园。 要，计划有。
Voymastina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Helena takes a small step forward. She maintains a safe distance, but a subtle approach signals the beginning of tentative trust. Voymastina watches Helena's cautious advance and recalls what her former partner would do in situations like this. After a moment's thought, she reaches out and places her hand on Helena's small head. Aww! Whoosh! Like a startled cat, Helena instantly recoils and darts back behind cover. Voymastina decides to stop forcing herself to do things she's bad at. Oh my god! Oh my god! Please! Oh my god!
我们需要移动，这里不安全。
去哪里？
Though hiding from Voymastina, Helena continues to converse with her.
完成任务。
Voymastina replies curtly as she stands up and prepares to carry out Alva's plan. Helena hesitates, then falls behind her, still cautious but no longer openly hostile. Between those two very different figures, a subtle trust seems to be quietly taking root.
跟紧我。
Voymastina suddenly blurts this out. Her tone is stiff as ever, but the words themselves carry a promise. Helena doesn't respond, and she simply follows along in silence. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one Hold on. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short, move on wordlessly, one behind the other. What a beginning! That was sick. Oh my god. I'm so happy that I started playing today. Let's do the tactical resupply first. I need my mats. God, that is so fucking... Oh! It's so fucking cool though. Let's speed through these. Oh, they just died.
训练有一定成效了。
Okay, never mind.
让你3年。小声些。
Alright, professional butt stabber.
相信我的准度。小声些。相信我的准度。小声些。这是大家共同努力的结果。
For any of you tuning in, I just finished the event, so I'll make sure to timestamp everything after, but man, that shit was so fucking hype. Please play this event as soon as you can. That shit was fucking Kino. I'm just doing the supply runs right now, and then after that I'll log off for the day. But damn, that shit was cool.
这一输还来得及，正常水平罢了。 将404作为对手。
It seems like they made the supply runs just like infinitely easy to do. I mean, like they were already easy to do, but this is just on a whole nother level.
这一输还来得及，正常水平罢了。这一输还来得及，正常水平罢了。
我超强的。 感觉不错，发现你！
小声些。
都说了，我可是能以一敌百的精英人形啊！嘿嘿。
Little goober to the left and the right. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't blow him up.
我在这里，训练有一定成效了。
Okay. Well, that probably isn't the best thing to do. I'll get these two out of the way first.
这一输还来得及，正常水平罢了。
clear it from here. I mean, it's not gonna hurt her much. Whatever.
这一输还来得及。
正常水平罢了。
She healed herself a little bit. It's all good.
火在这里。
Oh man. Okay.
贯穿。这是大家共同努力的结果。
Last one. Let's bring her home. Oh, Igla is actually a boss you can fight now. Wait, that's actually sick. Please, did anyone pull? No, people didn't pull her. What the fuck? You know what?
了解。
Very epic. Very cool. What the fuck is this? Scrutiny. Attack is reduced by 50%. At the end of the action, this effect is transferred to a random ally within 3 units. If an allied unit gains this effect... Okay, so if I move out of the way, what happens if I do that?
正常水平罢了。
So she just eats it?
我在听啊。
Let me see.
小声些。
So let me just
正
move
常
it
水
over
平罢了。
So it just stays on Zhangyu.
交给我吧。
I'm very surprised it didn't do anything. But this can't be cleansed, right?
看我的。
Okay, I'll just put her here then.
打不着。
Alright, Leva. Fuck her up.
请保持安。我在这。
正常水平罢了。
Fuck you, bitch.
都说了，我可是能以一敌百的精英人形啊！ That was so fucking fire. Alright, let's grab our wish. Let's grab our little access permissions. Ah, I forgot about the glass pieces. Ah well. It's all good. Let's access our inventory real quick. I wonder if Voymastina is already available for... It's just in the game. Swami Splash Bash missions. Yeah, there it is. Punisher. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. All right. Real quick, let's... Okay. Allow us to do a daily loop. In the meantime, I'm gonna catch up with some book.
将404作为对手。
相比胜利，
让你3年。还没结束。啊，总算结束了。回去后可。
大扫除时间。
碎裂吧！
明白。
还在期待什么？
这时还来得及。这时还来得及。火力充足，这可是我为数不多的。
All right, very cool. I think it also very good. Good. I think I used up my ticket this week already. Yeah. Rip. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, I needed to claim these real quick. Go. The stash is looking healthy, I must say. 18,000 collapsed pieces, almost 66. That's already 2 dupes, so we'll see. Alright, so we got. Let's go. I kinda wanna see how Alva works. So. Okay. What are you doing here? So I kept you waiting, Alva. No, I just kept staring at your feet. Sorry I was late. How long have you been here already? Just a while. It's alright. I don't mind waiting for the commander. I'm already changed. Just give the word, Commander. Yes, got it. Alright. So, enters covering mode. Consumes all points of CI. Deals AoE freeze to nearby targets. Consumes all points. Deals freeze damage to the target based on amount of effects and is consumed. Effectiveness of all shields applied is increased. Okay. So first we apply shield with Somi. I got 6. Okay, so it just blasts everything on sight. Okay. Seems reasonable enough. Let's see this in slow motion. Or hold on.
请下令，
Let me buffer.
行动，注意时间，全体注意，细数你的罪恶吧。
任务接受。
Okay. Yeah, this.
锁定目标，正在清除危险。任务接受。
Ooh, an extra action too? Don't mind if I do.
限制解除，进行最大火力输出。
请下命令。
Oh, she has interception. I totally forgot.
预料之中的胜利。不过我认为还可以更加完美。
Well done. Okay, so she's an all-in-one unit. Damn! Wait, that's actually kind of sick. I kind of want her, but fuck, my ice teams are all complete trash. My ice teams suck. Why have you done this to me? I do like her character a lot, though. Fuck. Every 10 pull, not yet. Oh, you're fine. I'll give her the complimentary sample. I really like her, but I really want Voymastina, dude. Why? Wait, hold on. Does she need her weapon as well? I forgot how much of a difference it is. Because alternatively, I could. So R1 is basically a better buff. I see. Okay. Alright then. We'll do one more temple. And... Oh! Nico Nova. I'll call it there. If I like her a lot, I'll pull her more, but at the moment, it's a bit grim. What else do I need to do before the stream's over? Right, I need to blast a couple of these. AR, and we need to go for a close assault. Because unfortunately, that's what Voymastina uses. Let's see what we got. I didn't do the lock plan, so I'm just gonna go through each and one of them. Bad, 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 bad. These are shotguns. The AR doesn't really matter. I have good mobiles. Bad, bad, bad. These don't matter. Bad and bad. Yep, all of them suck. Alright, do it again. Fuck. Close assault. Bad. Good. Keep that. Also good. Keep that. Bad. 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 Fuck out of here. Bad. 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 Also bad. Bad and good. Very good. Good. Okay, cool. 2 out of 3 pieces already done. Okay. I'll take that off your hands. Alright, and I need to do that lock plan. Where's the, there we go. Close assault. How about we delete that plan, huh? Same for that, and same for that. Very good. Alright, and that's the rest of the... I don't think I need shotguns. Alright, cool. GG's. That was fun. Can't wait for next week.